Hello, my friends. How are we doing today? Let me actually check. Always got to check and make sure I'm actually going. Cool, cool, cool. Now we check if we're recording. We are. Excellent. Okay. So, where we left off last time was getting this indexes out of range issue. We are back 2 days later working on the same exact thing, okay? I think the way that this needs to be solved, instead of just saying we removed an index, we need to output what it is that we are actually removing. So we're going to say travel nodes index. Because right now, for some reason, it's only removing half. It's only removing half of the number of things that it's supposed to be removing, and then it's saying index is out of range, which implies that either if the remove command removes everything that fits that object, that makes sense, but there's no reason why any objects should be duplicated when they're put in here. And I guess we do need to double check hiding state. The way these objects are generated, this is how they're generated. Nothing about this would make me think that they would be duplicated except in like extraordinarily rare circumstances. All of these objects should be independent. We can even watch when it plays, right? Because the game objects will create on the right. And it's creating them over shit. It's creating them over and over and over again. So it's not like it's a one-time thing. Hypothetically, like these are all their own thing. I don't know if they exist with an ID in the backend. They must exist with an ID in the backend, although they're all called the same thing. But clearly they're not being removed. So there's like something going on that I don't understand how Unity works. Although, yeah, we didn't recompile this, so let's recompile and run it again. Run it back, baby. Where are you scampering off to, huh? Yeah, so it's throwing new game objects in there. It's not giving us more detail about this though. And when it adds indexes, did I not say? I thought I didn't put in here. I got distracted before I added what it was adding. But I imagine it's going to be the same thing. Maybe if we make these game objects unique somehow. Let's see what other people say about this. Unity, new game object creation. Does it have a unique ID at runtime? Let me make sure. I'm gonna change things up here a little bit because I know how you guys roll. cool. Okay. This is not what I need, but maybe it'll have some help. I flew by this exact problem when I was creating save load system for objects. What I ended up using was actually stupidly simple. Float, which is objects position.square magnitude. Since all saved in-game objects I use are sort of pickups. So hypothetically, I mean, we could rename this object. I have to figure out how to do that. But we can just rename this object before we throw it in, and it'll probably be okay. So if we said transform.name, oh, let's go. So easy. And then we'll just say plus equals. Will that work? Yes. Okay. X plus Z. Now it should all be unique. I don't know if this is the problem though. It is definitely not the problem. I wonder if it's closer though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 6, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 divided by 17 divided by 2. I must have miscounted somehow, but we're still getting the same number of additions and removals, which is still really, really weird. For multiple reasons. Because, like, actually, for so many reasons. The thing is, if Juke gets set and it's a position that just can't be traveled to, at least as it exists right now, we should say, there are multiple edge cases we need to take into consideration. So we run the juke timer. If it's greater than the dodge time, and then we want to say in here, if we're still juking, if we didn't reach our juke location yet, we're not going to juke again. If we're not juking, then we juke. If not, we just reset. That might not actually be what we want, because we definitely want to reset the prey route. So yeah, this is interesting, because it's going to try to determine a new juke, and then it might run into the exact same issue as the first one if it reaches the dodge time. So what we actually want, if we hit the juke timer and we're still juking, then we want to get out of that. So we shouldn't need to reset juke, right? I don't think we should need to reset juke. I think what we actually need to do here is we want to determine the prey route. We want to run this. So let's extract this into a method called reset. I hate that it doesn't auto go to the method name. Reset juke, reset hidey hole route. Reset route. This is still not great. Set to Heidi. hiding destination. I don't know if this will, oh, I don't think I compiled for one, which is hard to remember, but also I need to do this. Good rabbit. Oh, we're even worse. What is happening? So it goes through its usual loop. And then it resets the root. And then it goes to its usual root again. Okay, so I didn't return. That's probably the issue. Do I want to return here? Yeah, I think I want to return. Do I if we are juking, I probably want to set it to not juking. Equals false. I think I want that. I actually might just want to reset the juke. What's interesting is when do we reset that flag? Set to hiding destination already resets it. Okay, same issue. I returned, right? I did indeed return. See, it's like it's trying to juke over and over again. What is this flag? Oh my god, I'm a fool. I'm an utter fool. Am I an utter fool? I might be an utter fool. Okay, so this means the way I've debugged it is confusing. Dash non-valid transform location. And then this one is item removed from paths. Juke distance too far. So it keeps trying to juke over and over and over and over again. I wonder if like this is really confusing because is the dodge time not getting the dodge time is getting reset. The juke timer is getting reset. Are we resetting every time we should be? Is this boolean not flagging correctly? Maybe I probably want some kind of event system. Cuz like I knew this boolean is no good anyway. At least it's like the worst way to do it. It's the I just learned how to program way to do it. All right, let me step through my entire code because I just yeah. Yeah, let me just remind myself. We set is juking to false. We set the juke timer to 0. We set the dodge time to a random amount. We determine the prey route. Time passes. We tick through the function. Okay, so we set is juking to false. Eventually, is juking is, wait a second. We can juke even if we're currently juking right now. I mean, like, I only just added in that that can't happen. Which, like, maybe that's okay. I don't know how that messes with pathfinding, though. Or the rest of the program. I also used these two from the internet, so maybe these two aren't right. Alright, so every frame, we run the juke timer. It's the first thing we do. If the timer is greater than the dodge time, and the agent's remaining distance is less than 5. Okay, so I wonder if just because I'm choosing to use a less than there, it's messing with the program. Okay, so what's trying to happen right now is we are setting the hiding destination. This might be scuffed because I'm intentionally making it scuffed. Each frame, once it reaches a certain point, it will hop between trying to get to a hiding destination and trying to juke. We know that it has an issue. Hi, Injust90, what's up? How's your day going? We know right now that um sorry, my train of thought got derailed. Good, I'm glad to hear it. My day's going pretty good too. So we know that every frame it is trying to switch between going to a juke location and going to a hiding destination because I've intentionally made it that way. Um, temporarily. We obviously don't want that. At some point, switching between these two things, it just breaks. It doesn't really break, but it throws errors at least. So what we're actually trying to make happen is that it doesn't throw an error. I probably just don't want this right now. But I also don't want it to try to juke every frame. And right now it is trying to juke every frame, and the best way to stop that is actually to say if is juking, we return, because set to hiding destination, we'll set is juking equals false. Okay. Let's try this. Oh, hold on. So I'm on Linux, and Unity is a little silly on Linux sometimes. Are you a developer? Okay, so now it only threw this once, which I guess is, oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. You're trying to be? What kind of developer? So it's removing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is weird, right? Because it adds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is the baffling thing that I've been struggling with where I tag 15 items to remove and then it only actually tries to remove 9 of them. You're not sure yet, but you're learning C from the beginning right now. Is C your first programming language? If so, I respect the commitment. I would not want to learn C as my first language. Technically, what does that mean? So if we're looking in here, this is the relevant code. Gotcha. Okay, so you've done a little bit of coding, but like you're trying to really learn a language. So I think what I want to do is we're gonna debug .log the items that we're trying to remove. Although this is just, I actually want where is the list? Where's the list of paths? Travel, I want travel nodes. I. I'm not sure if it committed the changes, but we'll see. Oh, this is something different? No, I just removed the warnings. Okay, so this actually could be pretty annoying. Is it cut? I think it might be cutting off. 11.6, 3.7, 8 point. There's probably a better way to look at this. All right, 11.6, 10.6. I would be looking at this one actually. 11.6, 3.7, 8.1. See, that's the thing that's like, how far do I? It just skipped removing 3.7 for some reason. Is there another 3.714 though? Like that seems unlikely. And it's a consistent amount every time. It's like almost always 9 and 15 or 8 and 15. I wonder, cuz like even before this it was here. I should be able to remove it straight out of here. I really 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 should be able to remove it straight out of here. Int length, or let's say count, equals travel nodes dot count. This won't work, but it should work. It should work. It feels like the sensible way to be doing this. We do need to replace this. And let's recompile. Can't forget to recompile. I should just remove the other transforms from the list while I'm bug testing this. So now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we run into this error. So there's like something happening after the 8th object that's causing the index to get screwed up in this list. Where am I instantiating this list? Right here. So like, I mean, I can trace it very, very, very easily back to its source. Is this what's throwing? Hold on, let me. It's like it directs me to here. I wonder if the error is being thrown up here though. Because like if I'm removing things from this list, I need it to have an updated count. Yeah, it is. This is a game I'm developing called Hati. It's a 3D platformer. Input track. Oh my god. It couldn't be this, right? Because this is randomized. I wouldn't be getting this every time. It's worth a shot though. Oh, you bitch. I need to stop starting every time and just remove the transforms temporarily. What is the one that I need though? Okay, we got it. Yeah, I still got the exception. And it does point to this line specifically. Oh! I mean, this still shouldn't be an issue though. Because like if I just undo, this should still work. Like excuse me, it's trying to, is that a printer in the corner? That is a, if you're talking about that corner, that's a shredder. I use the index here. This is the line that it's pointing to that it has an issue with, and I use the index here. If I just printed debug.log travel nodes I, and then we're going to comment out these other logs. Wait, why do you print your code? So it's iterating through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, non-valid transform location. Oh wait, that's fine. 5, 6, 7. I only got 7. But like, I didn't recompile, did I? You like writing on code that you've printed? Like when I do that, I just kind of rush back to my computer. Or I'll like make a note in my phone. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 6, 15. And then it removes like 8. Like, so, okay. If I have it removing here, then I get a much quicker index issue. So it has something specifically to do with, what if I didn't do a for each loop? What if I just do a for loop? This shouldn't be an issue, I feel like, but maybe this is just how it works. For int j equals 0, j is less than, we'll make a new int count equals travel nodes dot count. J plus plus. J, J. It's throwing this error. I don't know if it's resulting in undesirable behavior. But it's just saying the index is out of range, and when I'm trying to remove things from a list, it's only removing 8 instead of 15. It's marking 15 for removal, but it's only removing 8, and then it gets an index is out of range exception, argument out of range exception. When you're accessing memory out of bounds, that's when, like if I've got a list of floats, right? Float list equals new. And then I like fill the float list with 3 values, okay? 3 random values. Now it has 3 indices in it going from 0 to 2. If I try to remove at element (42), okay? If I try to access 42, the 42nd spot in the index, this will give me an error because there's nothing at the 42nd spot in the index. The program will keep running, but like in my case, it's not running the way that it's supposed to. Because like in this list, there's only 3 things. And like I'm putting them in and taking them out all in this section of code, so it's just really weird that it's having this issue. I thought that I changed this to that, because it should be that. Oh, I undid a bunch of stuff earlier. I mean, I had more knowledgeable viewers when I was working on this 2 days ago, and they were like, yeah, I don't know either. But I'll figure it out. It's just a matter of debugging until it clicks. Or I should just read more about how lists work in C#, which is really boring, but helpful. Oftentimes there's like a thing about the way it works that nobody really tells you. It's just buried somewhere. Like the way that I'm creating the transforms. I feel like it has to have something to do with it, but they all have unique names. They all have unique positions. I should be destroying the travel node after I remove it, though. I just realized that. Although I don't even have a reference to it after I remove it. Right, because I think they'll just hang around in memory forever. Unity, if you destroy a game object, is it removed from list? What if you can only access it through the list? List name.remove that game object is set active false. Hmm. So I have to do this in a way more irritating way than I want to. I should probably pass a list of transforms. Yeah, I need to create a list of transforms. Well, I guess I'm already doing that. But I shouldn't make a new list. I should just keep operating on the same list. That's fine. That's fine. We can do that. So we'll throw this here, and this here, and this here. And since it's referenced, it will... Any changes I make here will affect the other one. I don't want... Am I making a new list here? Where does the list come from? Okay. Okay. And I make it here. So we probably want this to be a class-wide variable. And then the next thing we want to do Oh, wait. We're just adding every single time. Um Okay. Okay. So we're not going to do this. We're going to do something different. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. This might be the issue for this might be all of the problems that I'm having actually. If I fill a list and then I keep filling that list over and over again, I feel like that might be what's messing with it, maybe. So I want to on start, I want to populate the list one time on start or on enter. So we'll say private void juke transform list. Create. I want this, and I want I don't need this. I don't need this. I'll append its position in the list, so I'll know exactly, it'll be way easier to tell what's happening. Then we add it. What is this? Yeah, that makes sense. Probably need to initialize the list. That'd probably be smart. We're not determining the juke here. Now we're going to have to fix the actual juke method. We're not creating a new component. We're just setting the transform. So instead of transform.position, it's going to be juke locations I.position. Not messing with the name. Not adding it to a list. Now it should be good. And this code should kind of sort of be more simple and more memory performant. I mean, I guess definitely the second part. Okay. It looks like it only cycled through it once. Oh, I didn't compile. I hate Linux. I love Linux, but I hate Linux. It's good and it's bad. You're on KDE too? Hey, let's go! KDE friend. All right. This should be super clear. All right, so it's iterating through 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, 14. Because I put in 14. Or I put in 15. It removes 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Why is it removing every other? Why is it removing every... Why would it remove every other? What does that mean? Why? Oh my god, why? You're kidding me. If I debug J... Wait, let me make sure that was the first loop, okay? Let me make... Like, this is definitely the first time it goes through it. What is Wait. I am angry right now. What? I'm not iterating by 2. Okay. I'm gonna be chill so I don't lose my shit right now. I'm gonna be chill. I also don't want to remove them from the list. I don't know what I want to do instead, but I don't want to remove them from the list. I know that, but like, why is it removing every other from the list? Okay. The first issue that I'm having is that because I created a for loop, the for loop is just an issue. Because what I want to do is for each index, int index in indices to remove. Should you tell me? What are you gonna tell me, friend? Also, good to see you back, Gana. Nah. You said nah was fine. I'm calling you nah. The suffering is fun to watch. Y'all are evil. Y'all are just here to watch a broke ass bitch be mad at some lines of text. Yo, Pepsi. I almost read your name as Pepe again. It's just your name too because it shows up purple. Okay. I'm gonna scream. I'm so close to screaming. I'm good. How are you? Indices to remove .add I? Question mark. Well, I've been told not to remove from within a like if I left travel nodes.count here, I wouldn't want to remove anything from the list inside of it. So instead I add the index of this list to a different list and then I iterate through that list. But like I'm gonna figure this out. I'm really close. Okay. I'm almost there. All right. Now I feel the pressure. Busy weekend? I feel that. I feel that a lot. Okay. 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 Because, like, I'm trying to keep in my mind, I don't actually want to be removing it from the list anymore. That's not what we're trying to do. I need to make a new list. Kind of like I was doing before. Do I want to... Okay. Jesus Christ, my brain is destroyed. My brain is actually destroyed right now. Yes, what I'm doing makes sense. Okay. So we're gonna redo what we did up here, okay? List, travel, nodes. List of transform, travel, nodes, equals, input, travel nodes. Okay? And then we're gonna swap these out. Because this should always have 15 or Juke resolution number items in it. This should be remade every single time that this function is called. And I should not be using this anywhere after this point. When we get down to here now, it is okay if we remove things from the list. Now, I'm going to copy these over. I'm going to delete this. This should be index. And I don't think that this is right, but we're going to try it again and see what it outputs. What have you been up to that's been so busy? So it's outputting 14, and it's still going every other. Now, why it's going every other, let me just double check that I compiled that. It looks like I did. Oh shit, let's go. That's awesome. Well, hopefully it's a chill stream. Hopefully I don't rage too much today. All right, so when I don't even remember. Oh my god. Wait. Okay, yeah. I don't even remember why any of this exists. The landing issue. Oh, with the animation? Yeah, that was super easy if that's what you're talking about. Like, it is a little weird because by doing this, it causes a different bug, which is why it was not correct in the first place. But I don't remember what that other bug is, so I'll deal with it when I find that out. We want we want our brain to work. Let me check something. If this is the second time it goes through this function, that tells me something. Literally zero. Hey, you're learning C. What do you mean you have zero coding knowledge? Okay, so this time it isn't skipping every other. This time it's 0, 2, 5, 7, 9. It skipped 3. Yeah, I mean the skipping is the one thing that I'm trying to figure out right now because I've intentionally broken it to make sure that when it actually breaks, this isn't an issue. No. If I were, then it would output it too. But like you can see. Like maybe I shouldn't be removing it by its index. I mean like that's kind of what people told me to do, but also that's silly. If you remove object from list C#, do indices readjust? Well, people are silly? Are you saying I'm silly? Print out how many items you have and items to remove. I mean, hypothetically, it should already be printing that. Right? Because I've done this. Do you want me to do it out here? Debug.log indices to remove dot count. I must not have compiled. Okay, so it says I have 12. And it's actually removing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it gets an index out of range. Yeah, that's the problem. So hold on, let me just double click on this again. Okay, so this time at least it's coming from here. I think I've made progress actually. Because before it was pointing to this line. So I don't think I want this here. Actually, I do. I want that. And then I'll leave this. It must be, I feel like it's this I. Because like it's, if I am using travel nodes I here, then adding I to the list and using that down here should also work. These are just the same thing. Although, yeah, okay, I know the issue. I know the issue. I actually know the issue. I actually know the issue. I know the issue. I understand the issue. Do you guys know what the issue is? I know what the issue is. Every time you remove something from the list, all of the indices shift. So if I remove something at position 0, and then I want to remove from position 2, what I'm actually removing is position 3. Does that make sense? I don't know how to deal with that. let's do our trusty GIMP, okay? Where is my brush? I don't use this like this ever. But okay, so if we have a list, okay, and the indices are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I say, yes, yes. And I say I remove position 0, then position 1 becomes position 0 in the new list. And position 5 becomes position 4, and position 4 becomes position 3, and position 3 becomes position 2, and position 2 becomes position 1. And then I'm saying, if I initially wanted to remove items 0, let's say I wanted to remove 0, 2, and 4, okay? Well, now 4 is 3, and now 2 is 1. But I'm still trying to remove 2 and 4, so I'm actually moving 3 and 5. That's the issue. That's the problem that I'm having. You say use an iterator instead of an index. I don't know what that means, actually. Yeah, because like with an you can't remove an item from an array. All you can do is change the value. Like my solution to this is just to not use this. Especially now that I have the count here, I shouldn't need to use it. Wait, but it'll be the same issue. I need to iterate in reverse. That should work, right? Now, I don't know what you mean about the iterator or not, but I think that if you just start at the top and then count down, that should work, right? It's greater than count -1. And then it should be I is equal to 0, I think. I'm going to make sure that that outputs the 0th position, but I think that should just work. Except I need to actually remove it. That would help. At. I also wasn't removing at. Oh, that shouldn't have been an issue though, because I wasn't removing at. I minus minus, thank you. That would have stumped me. That would have caused an infinite issue, wouldn't have? Remove at I. Big brain? Big brain? Big brain? Big brain, big brain, big brain. Big brain. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, I mean, this is the case that I'm trying to avoid. So it just didn't remove it this time. And now it's not going back either. Hold on. Yeah, it seems like it's just not removing it. Although it's not even sensing it. What the heck? Because it should still throw the warnings. What? How? I didn't even change anything. That should affect that. Okay, I'm gonna scream. Because if nothing else, it should have still thrown this warning. You didn't reverse your remove loop. I don't know what you mean. I removed the loop at the end because I just remove it straight from in here because I'm counting. I'm defining a count variable at the beginning. I mean, what I can do is just dot remove I, travel nodes I, and this should also work. But like, it should be throwing the warning is the problem. I don't know why it would stop throwing the warning. Um, sure. I will explain that to you as soon as I'm done testing this. All right, so the way this code works, let me give you the big picture. Okay, so wolf chases prey. Player plays as wolf, goes up to prey. When it gets within a certain distance, the prey detects it and it runs to a place to hide. Okay. While it is running to the place to hide, at some random point in time, it can try to juke the wolf. Okay, basically like dash to the side to avoid the wolf. Um, when it does this, it defines 15 transform locations around it, and then it picks from one of those randomly to go to. So this list that we're going on, these travel nodes, those are the potential locations that it can juke to. But now it's not even checking now. And I didn't even get rid of anything that would. Okay, I say it's not checking. This loop is wrong. This loop has to be wrong. It's not even debugging the travel nodes. Like it's not going through this loop. So something is wrong with this loop. It's not an array of indices. We're okay, so travel nodes is a list of transforms, okay? And any list is indexed. So we're removing the thing at a specific index. We're not doing anything with arrays. I don't know if indexes are stored as arrays or not. Maybe they are, but like this is just a list. We're only messing with a list. I mean, I guess if you're talking about indices to remove, that's like a technical reason that some people suggested that I do it, where like if you put travel nodes.count in here, then like when you remove it from the when you remove an item from the list, the count will change, which will mess with the for loop. But yeah, I'm gonna check one more time. Maybe I don't even need to. So it jukes and then it never outputs anything. Does does anyone see why this for loop is wrong? Because it's not even debugging. It's never entering the for loop. I equals count minus 1. Could that be the issue? What if I said I equals 15 or 14? Yeah, it's still not. I feel insane. This loop should work. For I equals. Is it that I is equal to for loops C#? I feel insane right now. What if we say I is less than? Or I is greater than -1. Now will you run, please? No, it didn't run. int I is equal to 14. I'm using semicolons. I and G. -1 is same as and 1 equals 0. Wait, can you say that? Can you say that in a way that's a little bit easier for someone who's simple-minded to understand? -1 is same as I, and I equals 0. I mean, if you're saying that I is greater than -1 is the same thing as I is equal to 0, I know that. I agree with you. I just don't understand. I don't have any idea. Like if I do the same for int I equals 5, k equals 5, k is less than, k is greater than 0, k plus plus. Debug.log k. Unless there's nothing to debug, like I assume debug debugs even if the thing that it's debugging is null, it'll just say null, right? Or like, did I change what method is called in here at some point? Determine prejuke, list of transforms, valid nodes, which comes down here, which is this. Yeah, see, like that isn't running. Does it just not run for loops in reverse? Because if so, now if I change this to k equals 0, k is less than 5. Oh, I did k plus plus, so that's my bad. K minus minus, here. This should print out 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, what I'm saying is like, this loop is not running at all because this debug statement is not running. It has no conditionals. This debug statement should run if this loop is being gone through. Or an error should be thrown, which it's not. Okay, so this printed. Why does k print and I doesn't print? I mean, I said greater than 0. What if I say greater than 0 here? Okay, now it iterated. But it can't handle -1. Or can it? Maybe it can't handle -1? I didn't recompile. I don't think it's off by 1, right? Because, like, it would print if it were off by 1. This time it worked. Okay, well, now it's working, so I'll go... I probably didn't recompile, and that's probably why it wasn't working. Which is just the most mind-numbingly irritating thing to have to deal with. Okay, now I can actually debug again. Okay, 14, 13. I should make sure item removed 2, 1, item removed 0, item removed. So it looks like it didn't remove 1. So like, for example, if I print the list after this, which I should be able to do. Oh, let me put count in here. Make sure that's working. Because that might have been the initial issue, was that count is screwing it up. You should probably just be generating a list and using random to pick. I am using random. What this is doing is it's checking to make sure the locations are valid. Because I wouldn't want to randomly select an invalid location. But what you're talking about me doing, I'm doing right here. Okay, so it is working with count, which is awesome. So now the only thing that we're going to worry about is for each. I don't know what we want to transform in travel nodes. Debug.log travel nodes. Oh wait, we would just say, yeah, debug.log transform. So this will show us how many are remaining after this. Trolling you with what? What is this Blizzard meme that you all insist on, huh? So there were none that were valid. So what did it do? Let's look at the actual behavior now in a situation where none are valid. It like initially tried to go there a bit until it couldn't, and then it just stopped, it looks like. Or let's see if it even debug.log there. Hold on. If travel nodes dot is empty, is this a thing? How do you check if a list is empty? C# check if list is empty. Not list.any. List question mark dot any. I don't think that this is. You know, it'd be funny if I worked at Blizzard and I was just trolling you. That would be cute as hell. Oh, okay. We're gonna use count. That's actually pretty obvious. .count is equal to 0. Debug.log empty list bb. All right, maybe I worked on Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction. I might have been a lead designer on that, okay? As a little baby Holo was working on a game about slaying the brother of the devil. Oh my god, I want to be done with this bug. I want to work on actual features. Interesting. So it didn't print the list. I didn't recompile. RIP. Did you play Diablo 2? That's one of my favorite games. Empty list BB. Okay, so let's look at what happens when that. I forgot to look at the actual behavior. So that time it wasn't an empty list and it just juked and then it went back, which is fine. That's totally cash money. Same thing. There was one item that wasn't removed. I could probably go through this faster if I lowered the resolution. Too intense for me. I like Farmville type stuff. Do you like 3D platformers? Okay, it just keeps going. That's what we want. That's what we want. Yay. Now I do get a different my guess is that this is going to be an exception further down. Yeah, so the exception is after this. So we actually want to say if travel nodes dot count is equal to 0, return, and before we return we want to say debug.log no valid, maybe log warning. We'll just log no valid juke location. Okay, we can do real things. We can do real things. You like 3D you can't play. How do you play them drunk? You're probably failing constantly. What about 2D platformers? Also drunk? I can uncomment this code. We can engage with good behavior. Yes. Yes. We love it. So we can probably avoid storing these as an int. We'll just do this. And then we want to get rid of these. Okay. We're going to go to our trust seal GIMP document, okay? We're loving GIMP now. GIMP is our new best friend. We don't hate GIMP anymore. We figured out the index issue. Love it. So now we need to be able to eat the prey. Before we do that, we're gonna work on multiple prey first. We're gonna see if multiple prey can exist in the scene without it being a problem. You like fight sims? Flight sims. Yeah, you really are just a chill gamer. I had a friend once who liked playing truck simulators. I thought that was the funniest shit in the world. Remove hiding location array when not true. I think I did that. Yeah, let's see how multiple rabbits in the scene do. I want to prefab what I have first. Assets. Prey. We'll just throw you in here. All right, I have to fill all of these values manually, unfortunately. While I'm doing this, is there anything anybody would like to declare? You forgot shoot the prey? What do you mean? Let's switch this to... Nah, that's fine. Alas, I have to fill them manually. If I'm chasing rabbits, I'm bringing a gun. Jesus. You people are sick. You sicken me. You do not hunt with honor. You hunt like a beast. That's not true. You hunt like not a beast. You hunt like a coward. That's what I'm trying to say. If this works first try, and I think it should, but it probably won't, I will be mega happy. It's easy to hunt without honor when you remember how good rabbit tastes with butter. This is a 3D platformer. Right now I'm doing the most boring shit in the world, but it will be over in approximately 2 seconds. It's been 2 seconds. So you play as a wolf, you chase things, you eat them, you can run on walls, you can run down walls, you can double jump, you can forward dash, you can vertical dash. It's a barrel of laughs. Let's see how these prey are doing. So one of them hid. I guess he saw me. These two don't seem to have seen me. Okay, they're not functioning. I might not have done their agent or something. Oh, I didn't put in the threat. That'd help. Having it be, like it, yeah. I mean, I'll leave it. I'll leave it the way it is. It'd be good if they just found it automatically, though. Oh shit. Apparently, needs to recompile. Okay. So they glitch out a bit when they're trying to go to the same place. It looks like one of them got scared. Looks like that one got scared. I think the path visualization is messed up. But the path visualization being messed up is not a big deal. Look at them, they're spasming. Aw, aw, they're dancing. That's so cute. Aw, aw, aw. That's so cute. Did I not say the name of the game? It's called Hati. It's not your kind of game. I don't like games where animals are hurt. That's fair. That's reasonable. I mean, like it's not really. It's not like there's gonna be graphic pain, okay? But yeah, I mean, if you don't want to chase animals, it's fine. Wow, look at these two. They're really going at it together. Okay, so they just work in the scene together at the same time automatically. I don't know how to fix. It's like I need to state whether a node is occupied, and that's like a whole different thing that I don't want to even go into. Or I have to make it so that I think the easiest way is just to make it so that they don't. Well, yeah, yeah. Because like, what's probably gonna happen is they will. There will be like 3 nodes around every actual spot, right? And then there are like 3 places to drink from around the drinking place. There are like 3 places to eat from around the eating place. And so they could still be next to each other, but like they would need to not occupy identical spots. So I need some kind of manager for the nodes. I need a node manager. I need a prey node manager. Prey node manager. I have no idea how I'm going to set this up or how I'm going to have them talk or anything else. So I'm going to want a list of nodes. You should wire in an entire AI neural network to control the AI. I'll get right on that. Nah, I'll get right on that. List, transform, prey, nodes. I typed that so well. You have no idea how well I typed that. Okay, we basically want to identify. We don't want a list. Okay, nah, you might be able to help me with this. I don't think we want a list. I think we want a hash map, right? Because, like, we want. I don't know if it's a hash map. We need a data structure that has a transform, and then also I might want to make a custom transform. Basically, like, there will be the information about the node, which is just the transform, and then also whether or not that node is occupied. And when each prey is deciding whether or not to go to a node, they shouldn't go to nodes that are already occupied. Which, if you put too many prey in the scene, that would be a big issue. But also, who cares? I probably want to include some kind of wandering feature. But then I wonder if there's anything like that already. Because if there is something like that, then I'm probably wasting my time. This might already exist as a baseline Unity implementation. YouTube.occam. Unity, nav mesh, wonder feature. You're def heading into migraine territory? Am I? AI wandering using nav mesh. This isn't going to be an explanation. This is old. Oh my god. How loud can
The
I make this?
navigation system it's great characters that
You
can
guys can't hear that,
intelligently
can
move
you?
around the
I
game
mean, you
world.
can hear it, but you can't hear it through my mic, which is great.
These characters use navigation meshes that are created automatically from your scene geometry. In the scene view, they are shown in blue, but are invisible in the game. The mesh is made up of polygons. Characters use A-star
looks like you can define a path.
pathfinding, which traces the
Or
path
wait,
between
no,
the
that's
origin
stupid. I'm
location and
stupid.
target location, finding the path with least polygons to travel across, whilst accurately avoiding obstacles. With
It sounds good, yeah.
mesh
Thanks.
pathfinding, you get an efficient, accurate, and scalable solution for intelligent AI navigation, drastically simplifying development and enhancing performance out of the box. In this video, I'm going to show you how to set up a NavMesh surface and use the AI Navigation version 2 package in Unity 6. Go to Window Package Manager. In Unity Registry, find AI Navigation from the list and install it. This is version 2. Also install the samples, which contain scenes that explain how this works, along with some great script.
I think what we do is we just don't have it wander. Like the prey is already prioritizing closer locations. I can always decrease the amount of time between when it wanders. And if I just create a bunch of nodes everywhere, then it should be okay. And if I weight like resting equally to drinking, then it should be the case that like yeah, I think what I have is okay. I think I just need to include the occupied. I think what we do is whatever is easier for me. You're trolling me. You're trolling me so hard right now. I'm not taking this bait. I'm not taking this bait. I'm not taking this bait. Okay? I'm not taking this bait. Also, at some point, I want to ship a game, so fuck you. um yeah, nah. For real though. Do you know what data structure I should use here? If like should I define my own class? Should I have a class that's like pray node? That might be it actually, right? I want a class that says pray node. Cuz you've done C sharp, right? No, am I crazy? And then we get rid of this because it's not a mono behavior. It's not a shido behavior, if you will. I would, then you can put, yeah, so list of, or no, we just want a transform, and we want a bool is occupied, and then we want a type. We want to define an enum for this in a different, I mean, I guess it can be in the same script, right? That works, right? Enum, I forget how to define enums. C sharp enum syntax. It's not willing. Are you the one who does the data security for payment corporations? Or am I getting that wrong? Enum blob loop. Enum blob loop. Okay. That's the enum. And then we're going to define blah and bloop and bleepy. Just like that. Okay. That is exactly what we want. Not you? Okay. Oh, that person does Java and Python. My bad. Public enum prenode type. Does it get capitalized? Yes. Pascal case. Hiding. Drinking. Eating. Resting. Enum. Or pray node type. 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 Okay, I think this is everything we need. Now, finally. How do I put this information together? Because, like, hypothetically, I could put it all on here, and then I could put it together in this script. Obviously, they would all be, like, not occupied at the start. It would be, like... I don't know. I wouldn't want to do it on awake. Init pray nodes. And then it would be like for each transform pray node and pray nodes. And then we would want to match all of this information up. So we're creating pray node. It should have access to this, right? Do I need to update something? Do I need to... Like, I should be able to do, like, hot-t state manager, right? Am I crazy? What is it missing? Does it not have the context for this? Why is that not valid? Pray node equals new. Okay, so I just had to keep typing. Pray, not pray? But I'm trying to access the class. I'm trying to create a new object. I need a constructor for this, don't I? That might be the issue. It doesn't have a constructor. I forget the syntax for this. Transform, input, transform, pray node type, input type. That might be input type bool. And it's always going to be false, so I don't need to take in a bool. And then we would say transform equals input transform and type equals type pray node type. All C# classes have default constructors. Then why doesn't this work? I mean, I know why it doesn't work now, but... Pray node. And then pray node type. So we need to, like, figure out how we want that to be defined. Why is this unnecessary assignment of a value? But that shouldn't make it red. Does not contain a constructor? Yes, it does. What do you mean? Do I have multiple pray node documents? Like, you have pray node defined twice. This pray node defined twice? I've got pray nodes up here, and I've got pray node here. Oh, you right. Okay, yeah, you right. You right. You smart. Big smart. Pray node transform. Transforms. Is inaccessible. It's a public class. Oh, this isn't public though. And here we want is occupied equals true. Yay, no errors. So I probably want to use these elsewhere. Okay, now what am I going to do with this? I also want to figure out a way to make, to figure out a way to figure out. Like, I could just put the pray node script on all of the pray nodes. But, like, that's irritating. Here's what we do. Here's what we do. We're going to make 4 lists, okay? I don't know if this is a good way to do it, but it's the way we're doing it. Resting transform. Eating. Drinking. Has Unity still been stable after reinstall? It wasn't the reinstall, right? It was, I didn't know how to make it compile. That was my issue. And the way to fix that is you click on a different tab and then you immediately click over to it. And you just have to do that every time. So I click on OBS and then I click on Unity and then it works. It hasn't crashed or anything. But like, the really frustrating thing is, they have a button for that. They have a hotkeyed button for that called refresh, but the refresh button doesn't work. The only thing that works is clicking off and then clicking on. But like, if you have a command for something and the command is just broken, that is pretty freaking frustrating. So what I want to do is pray initialize pray nodes. But we're going to make this a little more simple by making it more complicated. Because we want this to be programmatic. So we want to take in a list of transforms. And we want to take in pray node type. Transform list. And then this goes here, and this goes here. And then, ba-da-da-da, we just hook up the resting to the resting, and so on and so forth. I'm not doing this right. We want pray node type dot fuck me dot hiding. Pray node type dot resting. Okay. Wow, isn't data management fun, everyone? Isn't this the thrilling content that you come to me for? I don't know what I'm doing with these nodes. I don't even know, like, ultimately what I'm trying to figure out is, like, instead of having to put this whole list on all of the prey objects, instead, we can just source one list from here. This is actually what I was trying to figure out 2 days ago. I was trying to figure out a solution to this exact issue, and I've just done it without even realizing that I was doing it. Perfect. Love it. I'm not doing anything. I need to store this prey node, right? Do I need to store this in like a new list? Yeah, I do. So I need 4 more lists, right? I think I might need 4 more lists. I think animations should be baked in the model and you could use Unity to tweak them. Is that for me? Or did you mean to send that to someone else? List of transforms. When you see baked in the model, you don't mean the animation's baked into the geometry, right? That'd be crazy. That'd be a crazy that storing the information for the animations depending upon the polygon count of the model would be absurd. Okay, so I want all of these to be public. And then I want properties of 4 more. Transform When you say baked into the model, you don't mean, do you mean the geometry or do you mean the skeleton? We want some, I'm going to copy all of these, make them private. I wonder if there is an easy way to create properties in this program. I would hope so. Prey hiding nodes. Prey resting nodes. Prey eating nodes. Prey drinking nodes. Because, like, I know it is common for low poly objects. I don't think it's common at all. I don't think anyone does that for high poly. Can I make, please give me an easy way to make a property. Generate constructor, encapsulate field, and use property. Yes. Oh, thank God. Thank God. God save the queen. It should be able to set a Boolean though. Prey eating or prey drinking nodes dot, what was it? Is occupied? I can't access that from here though. I mean, you make the model in something like Blender, rig it, animate it, and just use Unity to wire it all up. So what you mean is, I don't know what you mean. Like if you look at the animations for Hati, right? Do you like his skeleton? You make the model in something like Blender, rig it, animate it, and what is the advantage to what you're saying? What would I expect to get out of it? Maybe what I want to do is I want to be able to say I don't want to create a separate list of booleans just for this though. That's so stupid. But it should be able to set. Has to be a good way to do this. This is of type prey node. This is of type prey node manager. Oh, prey node manager dot prey hiding nodes. The prey hiding nodes is a. Oh, this is still a list of transforms. That's my issue. That would cause the issue, huh? This needs to be prey node. And this needs to be prey node. Prey hiding nodes that is occupied. Still doesn't let me do it. Oh, I want a specific index though. That's the problem. Can I get it to set a specific index? Probably not. Index dot is yeah. Okay, so right now, the other script will have access to a list of nodes. Oh, I could maybe manage it separately. I can manage it through a method. I can have a method that says public void update occupied update pray node state. It takes in a bool is occupied. Sure, we'll do that for now. And then it needs to take in not a list, a type, pray node type, pray node type, and it needs to take in an index, int index. It doesn't even need to be a bool. We need to set it as occupied or unoccupied. So maybe it does need to be a bool because it needs to be either way. We need to know if a prey is going to it, and we need to know if a prey is... Of course, we don't want it to actually be occupied until the prey gets there. So this should exist. Oh shit. Fuck. God damn it. God damn it. Because like I have to do this for every state as well. The hiding states actually don't need to have an occupied flag. Also, this should be default set to false. Well, we don't want setters on any of these anyway. So I think that this is good. What we're gonna do is we're gonna it would be really nice. It'd be really nice if I didn't use a switch statement here, but I'm gonna use a switch statement. Switch. Is this how it works? Case? No. Oh, it's like this. I always forget how this works. Always. Node type, case, pray node type dot hiding. One of these days, I will remember. Awesome. Then we're just gonna copy this. We'll have a default. We're not gonna need the hiding at all though. So it's just gonna be eating, drinking, and resting. And then we'll want another private method, private void update pray, because like I wanted to be called the same thing really. Set pray node state. And this will take in a list of pray nodes. Pray node list and an index. It's going to take in all of the same shit. Yeah. Int index bool is occupied. And then we're just going to call this from in here with all of the different types. So if it's resting, we want the resting pray resting nodes. And then finally, we say pray node list index equals is occupied. Why is this not working? Is this a... Oh, index dot is occupied. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream, baby. Oh, it's a private variable. That's why I've been having so many issues. These variables are all private. Should they... I think they... The transform should have a getter. The type should have a getter. Can I check the type? I've been checking the type, haven't I? Am I crazy? Have I not been checking the type? I guess I haven't. I haven't checked the type of a pray node. And again, maybe why I was having issues with the setters here. If I... Oh my god, I'm gonna be actually... I'm gonna mauled, okay? I'm gonna actually mauled. Pray node. Pray drinking nodes dot. But like you can't really access an index is the problem. It's not gonna let me. 1 hypothetically, or even 0 dot is occupied equals true. That won't work, right? That will work. Best stream ever? Are you mocking me? Are you for real mocking me? In a setter, can you take in a... Can you take in a different value? Is that a thing? Does anyone know? C# property set I'd never do that. Well, I'm not you, my friend. I'm myself. I am a holobotomy. We roll differently around here. My ribs are in orbit? What does that mean? What does that mean? Why do you people say things that make 0 sense? My ribs are in... because you're laughing so hard? Y'all are evil. Y'all are evil. You suck. I'm gonna kill someone. I'm gonna commit homicide in Minecraft. I'm gonna commit homicide in Minecraft. Like parameter. Can you have a parameter? C# property setter. Can you have a parameter? I feel like this is a thing you can do. Public string this string key. So if I say index, int index, I'm not doing that right. But like that's how this is showing it. And I'm watching this and I'm like, no way she doesn't see that. And it just keeps getting better. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna... Stop! Why? Why are you just being mean to me for no reason? Whatever. You can't troll me anymore, okay? I'm immune. I'm immune now. I'm not a real programmer. I told you I'm not a real programmer, okay? Bad code, do not use. Sample usage. Name is now John Skeet. What? I'm done. I'm done. I don't care. I don't care about doing things well. I care about making them work, okay? That's what we're going for here. think that this works. I know your project lead. Shut up! I'm not getting trolled. I'm not getting trolled. I'm not getting trolled. I'm not getting trolled. I am calm. I am a delicate flower in the middle of an ocean. Okay? I am a delicate flower in the middle of an ocean. That's what's happening. We want to add. We actually need to pass 3 lists. We need to pass 3 lists into this. I was wrong. Okay? I admit, sometimes, occasionally, I'm wrong. Usually not, though. Usually not. List of pray nodes is getting passed in here, called pray node list. And then pray node list dot add pray. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. Pray node list. Sorry, pray node. Now all of you are changing. Sorry to break it to you. You can get fucked, my friend. You're going to the ban zone. Insta-ban. You out. Sorry. Sorry. His name was... I thought his name was Dirty Burst for a bit. Okay. Pray. Rest... yeah. Pray resting nodes. Pray eating nodes. And pray drinking nodes. Oh my god, he even followed me. Wow. So now what do I do with these? All of my nodes should sit in this document now. Not this document, this class. But if they're all sitting in this class, then we need to access them through this class from now on. And the place where I'll be doing that is going to be in Pray State Manager. We're going to be making... I don't know if I want these to be public lists. What about Pray Sleeping? There is no sleeping. There's resting and there's hiding, if you mean one of those. How do these get used? These get passed to the respective... That's perfect. So we're gonna have these be private. And then we'll grab them from the Pray Node Manager at the beginning of the game. Why can this not be found? Oh, okay, sure. So we need to go to all of our states and say we're going to take in a list of prey nodes. Oh no, this is gonna suck actually. I'm gonna have to change so much code. I'll try not to cry too much over it. I'm missing a... Where's the rest? Oh, here it is. Okay, let's finish what we're doing in here now. So on start, we want to take in public prey node manager, and we'll throw this in the editor. And then on start, void init prey nodes. Init prey nodes. And then we'll just set them all equal to each other. And we're going to want to put all of those other scripts in awake. Equals prey hiding state. No, prey hiding. Oh, what? Am I wilding? I might be wilding. It should be. Oh, these are private. Yeah, so that's correct. Except we want this on this side, obviously. Obviously. Who wouldn't know that? Who wouldn't know that? Who would even dream of making that mistake? Certainly not I. Resting, eating, drinking. Okay, we've initialized the prey nodes. Excellent. Now we need to pass all of them in. Although we don't, because we changed it up here, which means that it also changed it down here, which is awesome. So I don't have to worry about that anymore. I just have to worry about the individual states. We have all of the states up here. So if I set these correctly, we're getting pretty close. Now what could okay, I'm gonna flay you alive. I swear to in Minecraft. I swear to God. You're just trying to make me upset. That's actually all you're doing is trying to make me upset. So this takes in a list of transforms. We can change what we send it. Although, like, we haven't even gotten to the point where we set them to occupied. Jesus Christ. I think it's okay. If I just put a bunch of nodes in the scene, it shouldn't matter if they're occupied before they're actually occupied. So I'm not going to worry about that. Although, if it ends up being the case that every node in the list is occupied, Although it shouldn't be. Like that is an edge case that could happen, but that just means that that is a level designer problem, okay? Level designer Holo can deal with it. So I wonder if I want to. Is there any way that you can like? I don't think there's a way that I can do what I want to do. Are you like upset because I haven't set getters and setter or getters for these yet? Okay, I can set getters for these at any time. I'll have you know. We're gonna make this a list of prey nodes instead, because it'll just be a little bit easier. Although how many lists am I gonna have to? Probably not that many. Probably I won't have to change that much. Prey node, prey node. Up here, prey node. And I might just iterate through the lists instead. That might be the only way that I can do it. Transform? Like, you can't, if you have a list of something that has a subcomponent that is of the same type, I assume you can't just set them equal to each other no matter how much you'd want to. Dot transform capitalized? Where's the prey node? Wait. Okay, so let's say node transform. Let's say node type. Why is this an issue? Oh, wait. Huh? Oh, these changed? Did these change? This is how this should look, right? Although I feel like this should be white. What if I said prey input prey node type? Hi Daniela, how's it going? I'm good. How are you? Although I'm being made fun of by my chat, so she is fine, thanks. Okay. Now that's taken care of. Hype coding? I don't know what hype coding is. What is hype coding? Is that like is that like vibe coding but for people who talk really loud? I need to reopen that. It's like it should be out here, I feel like. I mean, it most definitely does contain the definition. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not it's not a list of transforms, but accepting a first argument of type list prenode could be found. Use AI to write what's in your mind and reverse engineer it? No, that is not what we do here. We don't like AI on this channel, okay? If other people want to use AI, that's chill, but that's not what we're doing. All right, I'm just going to make a for loop and iterate through it. For int I equals 0, I is less than input travel nodes dot length dot count. I don't know why they couldn't use the same syntax for arrays and lists. Thanks. So we're going to define this out here. List transform travel nodes. Dot node transform. Okay, why? Oh, we need to add. My bad. Travel nodes dot add. My VS Code has an update. I mean, possibly, but we'll get around to that another time. Typically, when you update things on Linux, they just kind of crack. Ubuntu is so good, but only problem I have, lack of most software. I mean, like, to some extent, there are replacements for almost anything that you're probably looking for. Oh, I just need to say equals new, obviously. What a silly mistake. Are you a developer, Daniela? Free things are not good enough. The premium things not have enough replacement for me. The only thing that I've found that to be the case with is Photoshop. But fuck Adobe, so I don't care. Okay. I might need to duplicate this for down here. And now we should be okay, but I still have to set it to occupied. 280 packages can be upgraded. Wait, where do you see that at? Where do you see that? Where does it say it? I don't see this. I'm gonna pretend like you didn't say that to me. iCode, I've been doing. Oh, in your system? Jesus Christ. I mean, well, maybe you should give him an upgrade. I thought you saw it on my computer and was like, whoa, 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 what's showing? What's showing? So it's not like a job, it's just like a hobby for you? All right. We're almost there. We're almost there. If it ain't true. You should never update on Linux. Never, ever, 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 ever update on Linux. Unless it's security. And then it'll break your computer. Yeah. I mean, I did just install it, so like, it might not be. I don't even know how to update it through the program. Oh yeah, it does say download update. We're leaving it. We don't do these things. Okay. The only thing that I should have to change two things. I should send it. Thank you, Daniela. You too. You're not having a stream. You have a good day with watching streams. I need to. Why is this red? List of transforms, juke locations. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so I actually, oh my god, I don't even need, I just want this to be a list of transforms, always. And then I want to go back to what it was before. Where this equals input travel nodes, and then get rid of this. And then we want to my brain is breaking. My brain is, it's, I just want to set occupied on these three, right? So hypothetically, if we had it return a node, that would be good. I mean, maybe I can do it from here. I'm taking the whole prey node in, right? And then I'm grabbing its transforms. That's juke. Here, I'm taking the whole prey node in, and then I'm grabbing the transform. And then in the middle of this, I actually shouldn't be removing anything. So like this in here, this should be done at the beginning of the game. If there is an invalid node, I should do this at the start of the program. And that has a big advantage for multiple reasons. Although if the ground shifts, okay, I'm going to leave it how it is just for fun, but I'm going to debug.log warning transform prey node was removed. I also want to do I want it to return? I don't think I want it. I think I just want it to set that it's occupied in here, but then it also has to set that it's no longer occupied when it leaves. So we need to change. Oh my god, I just realized something really silly. It can probably try to move to the node that it's already at. And that's not what I want. I feel like more and more and more edge cases are entering my mind. I wish that I could get rid of these kickbots straight through OBS. All right, I'm gonna start writing down edge cases because too many things are in my mind. So there's a situation where prey tries to move to node it's already at. There's another situation where prey needs to unoccupy node when moving. These might be the two things that I need to simultaneously handle. Hypothetically, where would be the best place to handle this? Is it, as opposed to like Kate or Notepad or any of the other text editors? Okay. I had a brain blast for 2 seconds and then it. Whenever it enters, the only difference in what's happening here is the list that it's sending. The idle states are the only ones who are going to have this issue. Hiding state doesn't have this issue, so we should be able to handle it in the idle state. And this can have a method that's something like protected void move nodes, okay? And then it is just going to be it calling this method. It's going to take in a list of prey node list. And the thing that it's going to do that's different is that we're going to have this return a node. We need this to return a node, okay? It's important that this returns a node. The jukes don't matter. It's just the prey root that matters. And it only matters in these 3 states, which are all handled through here. All right. I'm genius. All right? I'm absolutely genius. We're going to return, that's static. We're going to return. I've just never seen anyone do that. You're fucking wild. I'm on a different level, okay? I don't know why I said return. We want to return a prey node. And we're going to do the same thing here. And we're going to just say return this. And then at the end of this, we need to make sure that we have the right prey node. And that is kind of a problem because of the way that this currently operates. Hypothetically, we can make this a list of prey nodes and we can just iterate that all the way down. That's really fucking annoying, but it will work. I don't know why that's on another level. Wow, there are no errors here? I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it all day long. there should be errors here. Oh, yeah, so this should take in pray node dot transform fuck me dot node transform dot position. This propagates down to here dot node transform dot position. And then I think all we should have to do is just say return travel nodes, travel node. And now we're returning the node. And now, how often are you calling this? It depends on how many prey objects are in the scene, but like once every 2 seconds per prey. Why? Prey node equals. Ah, shit. Okay. Well, we're getting there. We're getting closer. It doesn't matter. 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 Because I love to prematurely optimize everything all of the time. Yeah, well, I mean, I've thought about that, right? But there are two issues that I run into. One, I don't have enough experience to know what is actually optimal. And two, if I do that, I never get any work done. And I like to get work done, okay? I like to make progress. I don't like to save 0.00001 milliseconds every 30 seconds, okay? I like to actually make a game. But that's just me. So I probably want private prey node occupied prey node just tell me you hate me, okay? Just tell me you hate me and that you're just here to ruin my day. Just say it. Just say it out loud. Scream it to the heavens. Occupied prey node. Is this even what I want? I don't think this is what I want. Maybe this is what I want. This is what I want. Yes. Yes. This is what I want. How did this get here? When did I do this? You're having a good stream, even if I won't let you concentrate. I feel like I'm doing okay. I feel like I have a normal level of concentration. I might just be a little ADHD. Probably not. No, I'm not. I am not. Anyway. So I want to have a prey node that is occupied. And we're going to store that here. And then we'll say occupied prey node dot is occupied equals true. And this should always be able to determine a root. If it's not able to determine a root, do I want to even bother handling exceptions? Or do I just want to hope it'll work? We'll say we'll set this to false. And then it needs to have an initial. There goes my room. That one's fair. That one's fair, actually. That one is very, very fair. So I think I can just do that and it'll work, no? Oh, well, I guess I'll go fuck myself. Anyway. That's not even true, though, right? That's not even true. But maybe it's just not true in this. I don't know. I don't care. What I want to do is I want to say if occupied prey node is not equal to null, then we wait. I'm gonna be fancy. Wait, I forgot how to be fancy. Wait, wait, wait. Is equal to null, question mark. If it is, then we do nothing. If it's not equal to null, then dot is occupied equals false. Do you have to have a second condition? I didn't know you had to have one. Okay. I made it through. I made it through. I wiggled, I wormed my way right on through there. It was painful. It hurt all of us to watch, especially me. But we figured out what we were doing. I need to check this though, because like there needs to be another condition up here. This is the wrong script. When we get distance to nodes, this is when we can also check. We can say if travel nodes dot is occupied, why can't I access this? Why can't I access this? What the heck? Am I stupid? Oh, travel nodes I. Hey, 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 hey. That one's not fair. That one's not fair. Get out of here. Like no, no, no. True. Then we'll just remove it and return. Oh, it's not return, it's continue. Continue's the one where you keep going through the loop, right? C# continue loop meaning. Yeah. Okay. If it's occupied, you remove it and continue. Now, if I am removing them from the list correctly, can I do this? Is this okay? This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. We're okay. Okay. Now, I've made a lot of changes. I acknowledge that I have made a lot of changes. Okay, I did. I did make a lot of changes, and I'm sure that all of the changes that I made worked out perfectly, and there won't be any issues. There won't be a single issue when I play this. There's no shot. There's no shot. It will work exactly as I want it to. Are they even? They're not going at all. Okay, this isn't my fault. This isn't my fault. I just forgot to do all of the important parts of what I just did. It's not my fault, okay? The good news is I only have to do this one more time. Cuz these don't have the bullshit on them anymore. And just drop this in here and drop this in here. It's the last time I have to fill out these stupid lists. Ship it before debug. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I mean, players don't mind debug or players don't mind bugs, right? I don't think anyone playing a video game has ever been upset over a bug before. Okay, I missed something. Blizzard mentality showing through. True, true. I mean, I don't want to brag, but just like Blizzard, in the past 2 decades, I too have never shipped a game that was a solid product, okay? I didn't um I didn't reset what these are doing. So I should probably do that. Move nodes. That is what patches are for. Why ship a good product when you can promise a good product and then deliver a terrible product and then pretend to fix it later? This is why Blizzard makes the big bucks. And the rest of us are just small fry. Let's just recompile and run and see what happens. So travel nodes is prey node. Have they not fixed it yet? Is it still broken? I don't know what's happening here, actually. I can't believe it's already 1:14. That game will never be fixed. I mean, it's... When was it released? New Vegas was 2013? Am I crazy? I don't know my Fallout games at all. 2010? 2010? Alright, do you know why I'm getting this null reference? So it's coming from all of the lists. So for some reason a list is null. Like, why would this be null? Should I even worry about exceptions here? Orbit. I think this is a different. I think this is a completely. This is. That's not what I was referring to at all. Okay. So if it doesn't make it, we go here. It's saying it's not returning a node. I mean, all paths return a node, but it's returning null. Okay. Okay. So what happens here? I should just null check. That's all I need to do for that one at least. Because like if it's null, then we don't need to bother anyway. I feel like this is the part that's the issue though. So like, let's follow this back actually. Maybe, I don't know about this, but maybe using our brains is a good idea. I'm a little iffy on it, but like, it's possible. Nope, I actually don't know what's going on. I mean, I can null check here, but like, it's not null, so this isn't the issue. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I'm getting a null on the for loop? No, right? Because like, hey, nah. I mean, you were laughing at me before. Do you know what's wrong? Is this the line? Is this the issue? Right click in the margin at line 14 on this script. 74. I don't know what this is doing. Add breakpoint. Now what? Although we're not removing... Yeah, we're not removing travel nodes in here, so that's fine. Run it? Okay. Okay. How do I do that? It clearly didn't stop there. Because, like, did you want me to run it from inside of here? I've never understood how to use breakpoints with Unity. You did not even hit it. I ran it in the editor. I guess you meant in the script, though? I didn't hit it, but, like, if I look at these errors, right? Not this one. Yeah, so this one threw an error from here, which means it hit it. Just debug it like normal, like from here. Or in the Unity editor. I assume you mean in the Unity editor. It should work in Unity. I've never gotten it to work before, but maybe I'm missing something. It says prey reaches hiding. That's really weird. I did, yeah. Like, the first error that I get is here, which makes me think that, like, some of these nodes that are being created are null somehow. I mean, like, around here. I mean, we can even do it in start if you want. So it definitely hit the breakpoint because start is done. I don't want to return, I want to continue. It's not working? Yeah, I know, I know. It's specifically when it's trying to add it, actually. Which is really weird. Oh, shit, wait, where is this created? I'm adding it to here. Is that no good? Maybe I can't add things that way? I feel like you should be able to. Would you not be able to add a reference to a list? Aren't all lists just references? What if I said Prey node. Prey hiding nodes. Dot add. New. I can just but I wanna pass in dynamically. Okay, hypothetically. Let's see if it still throws an error. It only threw that once for some reason. I would expect it to throw it 4 times, but it only threw it on hiding. Oh my god, hold on. I think I got this. I don't think I got this. It only threw it on hiding. Why would it only throw it on hiding? Oh, it only threw it on... I don't know. I don't know. If I switch this back... I mean, it only throws it on one, though. Coming out the hiding and it'll throw the next one down. Okay. Let's see. It doesn't run the rest of the method if it runs into an error there? Is that what you're saying? Okay, you're right, you're right. Now think just a second why you're getting null. If you know, then tell me, okay? It's not like I'm not thinking about it right now. You're just telling me to think. If you're just telling me to think, you must have an incredibly low opinion of me. Okay. The thing is, like, on some level, this is still running. It is still doing things. It's not a low opinion. You'll just never forget it when you can figure it out. Tell me. I only got 2 errors this. Oh, yeah, I only got 2 errors this time. You just want to fucking torture me with it. If I. It throws a null in this list, okay? Which traces back to enter on Prey State Manager, move nodes, get distance to node. So like it must be this input travel nodes. I feel like you're just pretending like you know. That's my guess. Cause like it didn't even throw it this time. I didn't comment it out or anything. It's still here, completely normal, completely the same. I didn't get it this time either. They're all at the same line. It's not having an issue with adding it to the list anymore. But the list is still wrong. Here. I should have started doing this a long time ago, okay? I guess I should recompile. Is the list empty now? I wonder if the list is just empty. It didn't run this. So if all of the transforms are null, is it just not running it? There's one and only one reason you're getting a null value in the list. There isn't anything in the list. It would be my guess. But why? Why isn't there anything in the list? That's the question. Why, God? Why? This debug still isn't going through. Is this an... I'm doing it on start, right? Which should be good, I think. What is it accessing? The Prey node manager needs to do this on awake. Probably. Because the Prey state manager does it on start. Wait, are you making fun of me? Yeah, if you're getting a null list, then the list is empty, no? Although this should still run and it should just say 0, no? Am I wrong? Why don't you just tell me? You don't actually know. You're messing with me. You don't know. You don't know anything. You're not even a real 3. depending on how far it plays into it. But like 3, okay? This happens on start. So there are 2 errors that I get before the game starts. Which, why am I getting these? Why is this? Okay, so the prey is immediately going into resting state. That's why I'm getting them. That might be the issue. Because, like, if we have this node manager, the state manager, in order to create the resting state, hold on. Let's do this, okay? Let's make this a log. And if you comment out another item, the next one will throw. That's not even, I'm not even getting that statement anymore. And I think that statement went away when I said if prey node transform is equal to null, continue. I think that's what happened. If I undid this, actually, no, I don't. No, I don't. Okay, let me. You don't know what's going on, okay? You don't know what's happening with my code. I know what's happening with my code. I'm gonna solve it. And if you think you know what's happening, then you should tell me. But barring that, I'm not gonna let you distract me, okay? I'm gonna I'm gonna go off on my own. I'm gonna go do my own thing. Is game done? Game is not done. Game is big cry. Big cry. Big error. We are initializing prey nodes in start, okay? Which is accessed from the prey node manager, which means that these need to be initialized at this point. The initialization process for the prey manager happens in awake, which is cool. That is cash money. That is what we want. However, what is this? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Nah over there has been patronizing me relentlessly. This isn't being debugged. That's what I can't comprehend. That's what I can't comprehend. Why isn't it even being debugged? What reference am I missing? What reference am I missing? It's coming. This shouldn't be activated. This shouldn't be activated before this debug statement goes through. Although this debug statement will never go through if there's no transform in transform list, okay? And transform list are these, okay? And I filled these out, right? I filled these out. They're right. I can see them. I can see them visually. You know what I think this is? I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill. This is happening. I'm gonna kill my. I. I'm okay. When did this reset? Why did this reset? I will. You don't understand. I will. I will forget. I will forget this. And it will be soon. I will make the same mistake within the week. I swear to God. Ketamine, I intentionally fell out of my chair to answer your question because this is awful. My existence is awful. Everything is awful, and my day is ruined. I don't know why it reloaded this. I filled this out. I did fill this out. I put this in here. This is still not doing what I want it to do though. I can't add it for some reason. So like if you look here, it says hiding node 1, which is good. Hiding node 1 has a location. And then it's object reference not set to an object, even though it checks if it's null here. Maybe I should be debug.log node dot node transform. Hey, you weren't here the first time I clicked start stream. You better watch my YouTube video. It's like what's weird is it makes it here, but it doesn't debug this. Yeah, it's linked underneath Twitch. I have 2 technically. You can go laugh at me more there. I'm gonna make a video out of this. I'm trying to get this done in 4 days was the plan, but it's gonna be 5. I'll be lucky if it's 5. Okay. Why isn't? Let's see if I can debug literally anything here. Lol. It might be that I didn't compile though. I will be honest, I prefer having people making fun of me to having people shitting on me, but like, I prefer people making fun of me to not having anybody here, but also this motherfucker. So like, how? 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 I must not understand. I must not understand something about Pray node list. This is a list of Pray nodes. And you're adding a Pray node to the Pray node list. Is the Pray node list not initialized? But they are, right? I put them in. They're not initialized. I'm gonna scream. Did you know this? Did you know this, Nah? And you just didn't tell me? You're gonna say yes either way. You didn't know this. I'm calling you out. You didn't know this because you didn't say anything to me, okay? You're just picking? Yeah, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Jesus fucking Christ. You didn't have any idea that I needed to do this. You would just fucking pretend like you did. I'm wise to your games. Alright. I'm calm. I am sunshine. I am roses. I am the lotus leaf in the pond. I've never been upset about anything ever before. I am calm. Because my code is working. And this makes me happy. I ain't the one that doesn't remember to use new. Yay, it's working. They're doing what I want. Wait. And now they're spasming together. As good rabbits do. I guess what I could do. This is probably a smart idea, actually. Maybe it's not. Yeah, it's not. So I do want to work on these errors. Pathlist.remove. That was an index error. Okay. Because, yeah, so I ran into this issue before. And I know how to solve this issue now. I want to not remove it by index. I want to remove it in here to start. So it's going to be int count equals travel nodes.count. And then we put count here, and then we just remove them at their location. Although, will this be okay if I remove it from the path list? Maybe? Yeah, that should be fine. And we want to do the same thing here. Alright, let's try it again. They're gonna be obliterated immediately. What was the error? The index is out of range? Index 0 is out of range of the travel nodes count? Does it not? I wonder if the, that shouldn't throw that error, though. Because, like, if it's 0, it just immediately stops. Or it would still run 0, wouldn't it? If the count is 0, count -1. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Alright. I'll give you credit where credit is due. Location index invalid. Okay, I don't think that one matters. This one probably matters though. I guess they're the same thing. Why is this arising? Okay, so the problem is at the beginning of this, I just want to see if the list, okay. I'm trying to, it doesn't matter. Does it matter? It does. Yeah, you're right. It's hard. It's hard having to humble myself constantly, let me tell you. I'm not very good at that. I wonder if I'll get this error again. If I don't get this error again, then it means that things are working properly. I didn't recompile though. Oh. What? What? Must be... I equals count minus 1. I is greater than -1. I minus minus. See, what I'm thinking is it's probably sending an empty list, which is not what I want. Ever. And it makes me wonder, why is the list initially empty? Because, like, that's the actual problem, I think. That's a problem that I would never have up here, because the lists are just generated differently. And my guess... I don't have a good guess on this. Debug print count? It did say 2. Okay, now it's coming from here. How is path list generate? Okay, so path list is generated in a different way. And that's the problem. Because, like, I can't iterate backwards through this list unless I can... Can you insert? Even if I could insert at the beginning, I wouldn't want to. But what I can do is I can say, this probably isn't the best way to do this, but this is what we're gonna do. This is spaghetti, okay? I'm not even gonna lie, this is spaghetti. Pathlist.add new. So now you should have the right number of paths in there. And then we can remove it here too. And then I think we should be removing the travel node here, no? Riot Games built $1 billion IP with spaghetti. Is that true? Is Leg of Leg spaghetti? Path distances.add. Okay. Oh, but then the path distances array is going to be off too. You never saw the old Mord bug? No, I didn't. How old is this? Is this like alpha? I started playing in season 3. Or the very end of season 2. Actually, I don't know. It might have been season 3. The list existed and grew the entire time I was actively playing, so like season 3 through 6. So let me see if these lists are supposed to be synced. My guess is they are. Yeah, they definitely are. It feels like it feels like the way I had it before is the way to go. So I'm gonna undo a bunch. I'm gonna take look, I'm gonna set up GitHub. I haven't set up the GitHub for this project on this computer yet. Okay, so we're gonna do this a little silly. Just gonna screenshot this. This is my this is my version of this is my form of version control right now. And we're gonna undo almost everything we've done. Now the issue that we were trying to solve was that removing it like this doesn't work unless you sorted it first. I mean, I could. Is there a path list dot sort reverse? I gotta look this up. C# list sort. What if I say C# list how to reverse index? Work out how to not even put things in a list that you're just going to remove. I mean, is that the spaghetti part of it? Maybe, maybe. So like I have to have a path and I have to store the data from the so what I could do is I could say path equals new nav mesh path. And we say path list dot add path. Now I don't have to do this. And then with the travel nodes, I do have to remove it because they come in and already in the form of a list. So this indices to remove list. I don't know if I want to hold on to that or not. Like, I guess I should. It would be really cool if I could just remove it. But the reason that I can't remove it is because I need the paths to iterate the same way. Although I could just reverse it. Like, there is a way to sort. I'm certain of this. List.reverse. Yeah. So hypothetically, I could reverse the path list at the end if I wanted to count opposite. If I wanted to be able to remove. So maybe that's what I do? I feel like I'm not thinking this through all the way, but also I want to be done with this. Path list dot reverse. Travel nodes dot remove. I think that this makes sense, but this is like raw, super raw intuition. Okay, this is like crazy raw intuition. Yeah, I figured. I figured. Usually crazy raw intuition doesn't work. Oh, I need to invert the path distances too? You won't need to keep the remove list as long as you're iterating backwards and not killing your indexes. Yeah, because I killed my, you won't need to keep the remove list as long as you're iterating backwards and not killing your indexes. I guess the second part is what I'm having trouble with, right? So the path list I is what's no good here. This is what's causing an issue right now. Path distances.add. Instead of, I can just put path in here, can't I? Because I have that. I have that in this context. Cool. I only got one this time. Location index invalid. Okay. That means I'm getting an error related to something different, at least. It doesn't like the travel node, I guess? The travel node. Oh, here's the real problem with removing in the loop. The count variable is getting set once, but you're reducing the number of items in the list while still iterating count times. But I'm reducing the numbers at the top of the list. So like I'm going through item 14, and then I might remove item 14, and then it goes through iteration 13, and I might remove index 13. But like if I remove index 13 or I don't remove index 13, it shouldn't matter because it won't affect 12. Because like the error that I'm getting is on this line now. It's deciding path. When it ran decide path, what ended up happening, it used threat location is null. Hold on. It's not the weight probabilities part, it's the And you might get lucky 9 out of 10 times. Am I crazy? Why? The count variable is getting set once, but you're reducing the number of items in the list while still iterating count times. It should be... Explain it to me. Explain it. Like, I don't see your logic. It should be the case that if I have 14 items in the list, I should be going through the loop 14 times. Even if I remove stuff from the list, I should still be going through the loop 14 times, no matter what. I shouldn't have to reset it. I feel like it's this... I need to reverse path distances. If you remove stuff, you only have 13, and then 12, and then 10. What's wrong with that? If you remove item, reach 14th item, what then? You don't reach the 14th item. It starts at the 14th item, you might remove that, and then it goes to the 13th item, you might remove that, and then it goes to the 12th item, and then down to the 0th item. But like, because it's starting at the top, you don't have to update the count. If we're starting at the bottom, that would be true. It's giving me a different error. I don't like if you go here, okay? It's telling me the issue is on this line with this integer, which is determined by deciding the path. Set path probabilities is what I was looking for. So this takes, it's going to be what this takes in. It takes in 2 lists of floats. Sorry, it takes in 1 list of floats? Yeah, 1 list of floats. This list of floats is determined by, I assume, weight path probabilities. It does that now, but you were doing it forwards before. I was just explaining. Oh, yeah, no, okay, we're on the same page then. So this is taking in path distances and path probability weights. I don't know. Okay, this is just a list. It's NBD. And it's adding 1 over the path distances. So I wonder if I need to return early and return null if the list is empty, and I need to log error that. That's what I really need to do right now, because that might be the issue right now. So we're gonna say if input travel nodes dot count is equal to 0. You've been typing, so what is the current problem? I don't know what the current problem is. Otherwise, I would have solved it. It might be this. It might just be that the list is empty at the beginning of the program for some reason. Node list is empty when trying to set root. And I also want to return. Okay, so it wasn't that it was empty. Oh, never mind. I didn't recompile. I don't think they've ever worked. Did you say they've worked for you? This is also Visual Studio Code, not Visual Studio. So I'm getting the warning from specifically select path, which is called at the end of decide path. So this should equal 1 at the end. Debug.log. Actually, let's put in the log warning. Ooh, path probability traveled equals 0. That's not good. So if that's the case, the path probabilities... Let's debug the count. Because if everything in path probabilities is just 0, then that's something. Okay, so there are... This array, this list is empty. Now if we go up, this list... Let's see what comes out of here. Path probability weights dot count. So glad I know how to fix that now. Did it count 2? It did count 2. Okay. So what happens in here that the list is reduced? Let's double check. That's really, really, really weird. Path probabilities dot count. Oh, it was 0 at the when the error was sent though. Ooh, I wonder. If you set a list equivalent to another list, does it share the reference? Like if I have input travel nodes, right? And then I have travel nodes, and I set travel nodes equal to input travel nodes, and I remove something from travel nodes, does that mean that it also gets removed from input travel nodes? That would be my guess, right? Because like if I empty out this list right away, actually I'm like 99.999% sure that's the issue. But how do you make it so that they're not connected? Do we have a solution to this? Okay, how do I make them not share a reference? Because I thought that you could do it by setting them, by creating a new list and setting them equivalent to each other. Do I have to like iterate through the list and add it? Okay, I don't have a primitive type, alas. Deep cloning. No. Okay. For each. Okay, so it is just. It is just annoying as shit. Fine. 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 I'll do the annoying thing. Private, static, annoying list copy. It said that that only works for primitive types. So since I've got a custom object type, I don't think that'll work. Or at least that's what Stack Overflow said. I mean, I can try it. So like list, pray, node, travel nodes equals new. Do you want me to do it like that? Or do you want me to do it like they did and put this in here? Which one is more acceptable to you? Not remembering to compile is starting to be a tale as old as time. What's interesting is it's getting reset. Oh, it's not. It's just different states. Yeah, it looks like it's still having the same error. So, unfortunate. So we'll say list equals new, annoying list copy. It's the spam again. And I need to feed it. Oh, I also need to feed it the original list. List, pray node, input travel nodes, comma, input, input, and we're gonna say node dot transform and node dot is occupied, and the other one is node dot hiding pray height. I'm gonna have to look it up. Node type. Okay. Then pray node list. Oh wait. You set them equal? You wouldn't set them equal. You just do this, right? Am I crazy for this? This is how I create the pray nodes before, no? Oh, so I'll have to create them like that. And then we'll have to set the is occupied equivalent. This feels like the most ass backwards way to do this ever. This is gonna make me mauled. Pray node list. How do I get that same node now? So I can't just say, or can I just say node? I can't do that. There's no way. Or it would be node. Maybe? Yeah, no way. Dot is occupied equals. I'm not allowed to set it like that, right? I don't have access to this from here, do I? Yo, I'm gonna scream. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Why did I decide to be a coder? Why did I decide that making games would be fun? Making games is for losers. Losers. Like me. Wee! Yay! Game dev. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The move. The move. You know what the move is? Why don't you make like a clone method? That's what I'm doing. But the problem is the way that I've I didn't realize that when you have a list of custom objects that it was such a bitch to copy the data over, you know? But I can just not do for each. I can just say for I int I equals 0, I is less than pray node list dot count. And then we add, except it's not going to be node.node type, it's going to be, sorry, we want input travel nodes here, and we want input travel nodes dot, is that state impossible to copy from inside a node class? Which state? What I can do is I can just say is occupied, input is occupied, Input is occupied. Now I'm gonna have 50 errors everywhere, but input travel nodes dot transform input travel nodes I dot type and input travel nodes I dot is occupied. Okay. I only want to cry a little bit, and that's an improvement. Now we need to also call this from here. Why are we getting an error? Because on this one, I left it as transforms. And on this one, all I need is transforms, so I don't have to copy this up here. Awesome. Now I'm probably still gonna comma false. Easy. I didn't compile. Did it throw any errors? I actually didn't even see. No errors! Yes! 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 We love that. We love that. We love that so much. Zero errors. 3 rabbits and 0 errors, baby! 3 rabbits and 0 errors! Oh my god! Bliss. Bliss. Now all we have to do is get rid of some debug statements. I could cry. I could cry. I could absolutely... I could break down in tears right now. It's only 2:30, so I only... Honestly... I'm doing so good right now. I'm only like many hours behind where I want to be. No big deal. MBD. So I have done... I don't normally cross these off, but it's so satisfying that we're crossing it off, okay? It's worth it. Why isn't this working? It worked up here. Oh, we're selected. Wait. Is this just the size of the layer? Hold on. Beautiful. Can we get the rabbits moving? They already were moving. What do you mean? They are moving. See? Now, not all of their paths are being visualized, but that's no big deal. See, it moves. It saw me and then it ran away. Same with this one. What? Where did it go? Oh, it went to the other one. That makes sense. Now they're circling each other. They're dancing. Yay, they're dancing. I honestly, the ecstasy here, I feel I feel obscene ecstasy. Oh my god. I wanna push the limits of this. Okay. How many can we get in? Was it? If you say so. Felt like it took a while to me. $250? $250 what? They're trying to go to the same spot, which is not intended behavior. It might be the case that, like, it should be giving me a null reference exception instead of them going to the same spot. Is it? If it is, that's okay. It if they're occupied, we should remove it from the list. In idle state, if the occupied prey node is not equal to null, then we should be setting is occupied to true. Now, the interesting thing about this is we shouldn't be able to do that. This is a public boolean. Okay. Okay. Oh my, oh my. Yeah. Yeah. At this point, we just expect pain, okay? Pain. No pain. No reason to live. This doesn't matter. I don't care about that. I will leave this code in here for fun. Nah, I won't. I'll comment it out. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Then we're going to chill out for like 5 minutes. Then we're going to get back at it, okay? Alright, my friends. Tell me, what are your favorite games of all time? RuneScape. Look, RuneScape is a game for people who have no life. Okay? I would never be caught dead playing RuneScape. You know what my least favorite website is? When are you setting up the Windows boot for your League streams? Probably Monday or Tuesday, if I have time. I'm not streaming Monday or Tuesday besides CG. I'm not doing game dev. I'm just focusing on branding stuff, setting up the Discord, anything else that needs to be done. I have a really long list of shit to be done. But if I have time after I've done all of that stuff, then I will start working on installing Windows. You just play ARAM though, right? Don't make fun. Why would I make fun of that? That's like the most legit way to play League of Legends, okay? Me, I'm a loser. I'll grind out solo queue like a fucking nerd. But the people who can actually have fun when they play the game, that awful, awful, awful game, those people are real ones. So these protein bars, Nature Valley, what's my peak? Plat 5 when I was like 15 or something. And I haven't played in a decade, okay? So these protein bars, they're peanut butter and dark chocolate, okay? And sometimes they have way, way, way too many peanuts in them. They're still my favorite protein bar, but, you know, it sucks. What's your peak? Huh, ketamine? I bet you're so high on ketamine that it's like bronze 5. Lower than that? What can I say? I'm just a little mean sometimes. I can't help myself. Silver 1 in season 3 or 4. I mean, that's like the normal human response to take, right? And then there are the people who don't stop playing once they get to college, spend all day in their room. I guess to be fair, Nature Valley and not Cliff. I can do whatever I want, okay? I can do whatever I want. I'm my own woman. Are you a Cliff Bar person? Hold on. You like. Wait, this is on the wrong. You like this ass? This is the shit that you like? This is the shit that you're on? For real, for real? Really, nah? You like pieces of mush? held together by artificial paste? Is that what you're telling me? Cliff has flavors besides bland? Oh, what a terrible, terrible. Cliff is the most bland brand of bar. Okay? Try saying that 5 times fast. Bland brand of bar. I spent all of my time inside in college, so I guess I can't talk too much. I just wasn't playing League. All right. This issue that I'm dealing with, and I hope that it's like it might be sending them all to the same location on the same frame. That might be the issue. You're saying lies won't get you far. My entire existence is hearsay and lies. My entire life has been lies. I lie constantly. I lie to people's faces with no regret, no shame. I'm evil, okay? I'm the fucking devil. I'll fuck you up. And I'll stay hydrated while I do it. Do you guys stay hydrated? Are you my hydro homies? I hope you are. Hey, SiriBot came through for me. Thank you to the person who recommended me SiriBot. Prevented a stream boo shill. Does Celsius count as water? It's close. You're a Celsius lover? You can do all of that and not remember to use new? I didn't go to programming school, okay? Everything that I know is self-taught. So I didn't know that it was a big deal to use new. And that's not my fault. Look, there's 3 of them stuck on one node. I wonder if I let it keep running, if they'll stay stuck on one node. Yes, they definitely do. I wonder if the issue is... Let me look at the way I'm actually doing this. On Prey Idle, it sets the occupied prey node to false, then it moves the prey, then it sets it to true. I need a good way of detecting this. Because like in the prey movement controller, it's definitely the case that if it is occupied, then it's being removed. I just need to make sure that all of them are in fact occupied when they are occupied. They are marked as occupied when they are occupied. I wonder if there's a better way to handle this. Because, like, ideally, I would have a master list of all of the nodes. Like, removing the node from the list when a prey is on it and then adding it back in when a prey leaves might be better than using a Boolean. Right? Can an actual programmer confirm that to me? Or... That makes sense, right? And then it's never getting fed incorrect lists. I'm going to try that. So in idle, we'll say if it's not null, then we want to, because this should be a reference to a list. Oh, well, it's getting our list in. So we want to say occupied Praynode dot. Sorry, that's not true. Praynode list dot add. 100 times quicker to set a boolean than add items to a list. Are you talking about like on the back end, like how fast the processing time is, or in terms of your ability to code it? Because I'm talking about efficiency when it comes to coding, not when it comes to running the program. I want my code to be readable. I can always optimize later. And I can optimize the things that actually matter. Dot add occupied praynode. And we're going to remove it otherwise. So, hopefully, nobody's going to the same nodes now. Now everybody's going to the same nodes. Oh, I didn't compile, though, to be fair. Ma'am, that mess you call code isn't readable by any known living entity. I will. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You're just trolling. I know you're trolling me. I know you're trying to get under my skin. I know that's what's happening. I'm not stupid. You might think I'm stupid, but I'm not stupid. I'm dumb, okay? Where is the game? Do you want me to show you what I have of the game? I mean, you can see it, right? I'm trying to make the game more gamey right now. That's what game development is about, actually. Occupied praynode is not equal to null. Like this list comes from, let's say, here, which comes from here, which comes from here, which goes back to the praynode manager. We can't see anything but your... Oh, shit, you right. That's fair, okay. You guys probably didn't even know I was working on the game right now. Okay, fair. So, I really feel like this should work. I don't understand why it's not. Like, I don't even know how to debug this. I mean, I guess what I could do... I don't know. Let me just pretend like I'm working by running the game again. Does that work for you guys? I feel like if I just look at it enough, sometimes it clicks. Ooh, I got an index exception. I assume that must be because there are so many of them. Did I make them all flee? I guess I probably did when I fell down. Alright, let's try undoing this. If the travel nodes are occupied, it should remove it from this list. Let's take a step back here. Why can't we just put collision bodies on the rabbits instead of sorting? Because even if I put collision bodies on the rabbits, it's still going to result in the same issue. I mean, they already have collisions, right? Also, I need lists. I need lists. They have to exist. Because there are predefined locations that the prey can go to. And hypothetically, there doesn't have to be predefined locations. But then I'm looking at coding a much more complex AI, I feel like. So if they collide, they can't move there. But they'll be, if they're both competing to move to the same location, they'll just endlessly compete with each other. I mean, that's what you're seeing when I play it now. Right? They're just kind of spasming against each other when they're at the same node. I mean, I guess a solution is to make sure that there are enough nodes of each type. Because, like, what happens? Here's the real question. What happens if all of the nodes of the type that they're trying to travel to are taken? I feel like they should just stay still. But if we're iterating on, if we're making the travel node list empty, someone else is going to have to explain this. I'm busting rooms here. That's great. I'm happy you're having a good time. I'm happy that I am bringing you joy. Okay? I'm happy that my inability to code is so pleasing to you. Let's try if path list.count is equal to 0, return. Where are you from again, Na? Because like if the node's occupied, then right now they just shouldn't be moving, but they're still moving. And we return the node to mark it as occupied. If it's occupied, then we remove it from the list. But like this is why it would be easier to just add it to remove it and add it from one master list, right? But then if I'm trying to remove it for a different reason, then it's an issue. Maybe it's not an issue. If I'm trying to remove it here, it's because you can't reach it. So maybe it's not an issue. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't make a duplicate list. I'm from the place where we know that if two bodies get the same input, they act the same. two bodies get the same input, they act the same. I don't know what that means. Yeah, he's on a rampage. Absolute rampage. See, you know, Ketamine has never talked to me like this before. Ketamine's a real bro, okay? The disrespect I get on a daily basis. That's what we're gonna do. We're not copying the list, okay? We shouldn't have to. I don't want to condone it. It is funny, okay? I'm not that upset. It is funny. I just need to make sure that these get re-added. How do I make sure that these get re-added? Right? Or I don't even want to remove them if they're occupied. But I do want to remove them if they're occupied. Why am I so stupid? Hold on. 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 This is not the right place to do this. That's the issue, okay? That's the issue. We shouldn't even have an is occupied flag. We shouldn't have it. We're removing it. Na tried to deceive me. Na tried to point me away from the way, the truth, and the light that is Jesus Christ removed from list San. Okay? I might have to undo all of this. I'll just react. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. We're all gonna die. So if we copy it from here. Yes, this should work perfect. This should actually work perfect. There should be zero issues with this method. Okay. I don't think this will work, but if it does work, it'll be legendary. I should check what I'm returning from the method too, though. Okay. Now, no one should... Okay, so they're moving on the same... It might be an issue that they're moving on the same frame. Okay, but that shouldn't have happened. Hey, she's the most entertaining streamer I've ever watched. The struggle is... I'm glad you think it's fucking funny. I'm so glad. I'm so fucking glad you think it's funny, nah. I'm so glad. Say hi to YouTube, okay? You're going in the YouTube video now. Like, it's not like you've never bashed your head against a programming issue, okay? It's not like you haven't. Don't act better than me. You're not better than me. You're not better than me. Debug.log. Occupied Praynode. This is occupied. Shouldn't even exist anymore. We don't want to... Oh, I didn't... Okay. I need to switch this back to removal. Pray node list dot remove occupied Praynode. I did, but not because two rabbits wanted the same tile from the same list. I still don't know what you mean. Oh, Praynode list. Please, thank you. Okay, now it's guaranteed to work correctly. Guaranteed. So I think what's happening, I think it is working correctly now, believe it or not. Oh, that wasn't good. I don't think it's working correctly now, actually. Yeah, I don't think it's working correctly. My guess is nan is when you try to divide by 0, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I guess it can be a lot of things, but that's one of the things. I'm assuming that it tried to divide by 0. I know it's funny when I struggle, okay? But if you do know, ah, you just want me to beg. Never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna up the number of nodes and see how much of a problem this is. Because if it is just an issue of there aren't nodes available and therefore it's weird behavior, that shouldn't be an issue in reality. In reality land, okay? Where Holo is a good programmer. Not that I'm a good programmer. Where I'm a good level designer, okay? If I can solve it in level design, I don't care. I wouldn't give you a straight answer if you paid me. I know, I know. I think you're acting like you know more than you actually know. That's what I think. Wait, where did the other ones go? Let's not compile right? There we go. So I have 4 more. Hypothetically, how much would I have to pay? Hypothetically. ChatGPT is free. You think I'm gonna go crawling to a fucking robot to solve my problems? Are you kidding me? A robot? You think a robot's gonna help me? Get out of here. Get out of here. Fucking robots. Better get the entire Blizzard budget on this. True. Hey, I'm just trying to save you some money and not some shame. Nah has no shame. He doesn't need to save shit. Anyway, my code does work perfectly, okay? You just need enough nodes. That's what I'm convinced right now. Oh, that one went close. I don't know. I don't see any of them going to the same node so far. Oh shit. They're not even moving anymore though. That might be a problem. Node list is empty when trying to set root. Are they not getting added properly? I bet they're not getting added back in properly. Cause like, I'm gonna try to decrypt these nah messages. I did tell you how to solve it 20 minutes ago, and you think I'm lying. You're using a sledgehammer to drive a thumbtack. You think it should be a boolean? Do you think it should be a boolean on pray node? Because that's what I was using and it wasn't working. What? Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Because, like, can you, if you try to remove null from a list, is that going to fuck with the list? Although, if it's not equal to null, then that's not an issue. I mean, it should get added back in. You're coding yourself into a hole you're never going to do. Slow down and think it through. I am thinking it through. But the problem is, listen, I didn't spend the big bucks on learning how to code, okay? I spent the big bucks learning how to draw pretty pictures. You gotta keep that in mind. Won't you help out someone who spent their money foolishly? Please? Please help out this poor innocent soul. You'd never say no to a helpless woman, would you? That'd be terrible. Like, this feels like, so somehow they're getting removed and they're not getting added again. Okay, do rm/your project name here. That's hilarious. You're fucking funny as shit. Oh my god. If you're not careful, you're getting close to getting banned, my friend. I will insta ban you, I swear to god. Okay. That's awful. You're so mean. You're so mean. Alright. I'm gonna go back to the Boolean approach since that's what Nas seems to think is good. Okay, I'm gonna really think this through, okay? We're gonna get out the big guns for this. We're getting out the truly big guns. We're throwing some GIMP out there, okay? So of each type of node, there's going to be a list, okay? And it's gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes, okay? For example, it will have 5 nodes. Now, this list is going to get sent to Brace State Manager, okay? Management. Management is going to send this list to resting state, okay? Resting state is going to send this list to its daddy, idle, okay? Idle is going to send this list to the movement controller, okay? And then after, this is not the word that it looks like, okay? This is an O. This is an O. I promise. This actually kind of looks like min conks. Anyway. This is a list of pray nodes, okay? Pray node is going to have a value on it called is awk, okay? Is awk is going to be set to, now we're not even using GIMP. We're trying yeah, of course. What do you expect? I don't know what you expected from me. Of course I was going to use it for that. Now idle is going to call this script before it calls the script. Like this situation is what we need to figure out, right? Right here. Right here, there's something going on. Oh my god. I'm actually crying. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god, does the ketamine make you funny? Is that what I need to do to be funny? I need to start taking ketamine? Oh my god. That was great. That was actually great. I'm actually crying. It's a real tear. Holy shit. I mean, you're right. That's why it's funny, right? It's funny because you're right. Whew. Okay, okay, I can get it. I can keep it together. I swear to God. I can keep it together. Whew. Oh, that. Okay, I can keep it together. I just need some coffee. No flame, huh? No flame? There was no flame in that ketamine? Oh my god. That was funny as shit though. Okay. 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 Here's what we do. Here's like a really obvious thing to do, I think. Maybe. Like it feels like any way that I am coding this, I'm effectively just doing the same thing but in different locations. And like there's something that I don't understand that's going on that is messing with what I'm trying to do, right? That's what I feel like. Cuz like hypothetically, I could say here um travel nodes travel node dot is occupied equals true. And I could just put that right there, right? I don't even have to return it to here. Although this isn't what I'm referring to. Also, I need to undo this. And like here, it needs to hold on to this instance of this node. It needs to hold on to it so that when it decides to move again, it can set it to unoccupied. Right? That makes sense to me. Yeah, that makes like perfect, flawless sense to me. But I'm just remaking the code that I've already made, you know? Which is not what we want. Definitely not what we want. But that's what we're doing right now. That's where we're at. I'm gonna run it back, okay? And I'm gonna keep floundering for a while until I figure out what's happening. We want to undo back to a point where that's there. And now we can put this in. Oh my god, I laughed so hard. That was actually hilarious. You're that was genuinely really 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 funny to me. Oh my god. Okay. Actually in tears from crying. Cuz like this is the issue. Like even if there's some bullshit with removing lists where it's delayed, I know booleans get set immediately. So and they all are operating on the same list. They're all accessing the same list with the same nodes on it. And yet in spite of that fact, they're still trying to there is like something triggering this as well. I assume that one of the distances in the nodes is 0, right? And that's an issue because if their distance to the node is 0, I mean that issue is entirely just the nodes aren't being sorted properly for some reason. Like for whatever reason, it's trying to go to a node that's occupied, which is frustrating. And I can't seem to talk myself through it, unfortunately. Okay, so I copied the list there. Um, and I didn't realize that was still copied, so uncopying it might help with this, although I do have to recompile. Okay, none of them are sharing the same node. Okay, now they're sharing the same node. Now they're sharing the same node. At least it's not super common. Oh, this should be true. Let's try it again. Okay, nobody's sharing the same node. Nobody's sharing the same node. A? 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 Oh, I think I did it. I think I did it. I think I did it. Oh my god. There's one error that's being thrown, and I think it's the nodes being empty probably. Like there being no nodes available in the list. Yeah. Node list is, okay, so they actually what's being removed from the list? It looks like the list is getting removed somewhere. But I don't even know where that would be. Remove. Oh, it's being removed in here. And this is just like removing it over and over again. So instead of removing it, what do I do? Because I'm not duping the list now. Well, that's the problem. If I hypothetically, I could just nest everything in I don't want to operate on occupied nodes. Right? I mean, kind of. Not really. I can't nest everything in it. Okay, so now we're coming down to like the actual problem that Na has been making fun of me for an hour. More than an hour. I don't want to operate on indexes at this index, right? I don't want to, ever. How do I make sure that I don't operate on it for the rest of this sequence? I mean, yeah, but no, right? Because it's not just that I don't operate on it here, it's that I also don't operate on it anywhere after that either, right? Anywhere through any of this code, I need to not operate on this index. And if I'm handling that with a Boolean, that would mean that I would have to store the values of this index. I mean, I can like maybe do that, but also no. And I can do this, I can run this check every time. But that also feels that feels more spaghetti. Because you say don't make multiple lists. But if I don't make multiple lists, I could like, I could add it back in at the end, but then I'm not necessarily adding it in sequence. Would that matter? Maybe? Yeah, probably. I probably don't want to do that. Since you're so determined to, here's an honest hint. Your rabbits should be able to do everything they need to do in their own class. I mean, this is just a static class, right? This is a thing that handles prey moving. And it shouldn't just be rabbits, right? Because every type of prey should be able to move in this way. And every type of prey can inherit from a base class and should be self-sufficient. I guess I still don't understand how that helps me because there isn't anything unique to rabbits. And like every prey needs to be able to move. They're really like, yes, there will be different visual representations of these creatures, but ultimately they are all just prey. There isn't anything unique to pass the nodes next to the rabbit in handling decision making in the rabbit class. You're saying pass from here back to a different class? Again, like all of them should operate in almost exactly the same way. And like, yes, having I'm not even like working on specific implementations for specific types of creatures. The rabbit could be a cylinder, right? I'm just working on the methods that would the bear should attack. I mean, there isn't going to be a bear. Like I'm just trying to figure out how to handle movement for prey. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do right now. So we pick the travel node here. We pick the travel node here actually. I'm telling you that you don't want to try to globally position them when they should be able to do it themselves. So filter that in. What you're saying is I shouldn't have predefined locations for them to go to? Because like I don't disagree, but that just feels like I'm adding a whole new layer of complexity. But you're actually breaking a big problem down into a smaller, compact problem. Yeah, I mean, like, how would you deal with it, right? And I know you kind of just told me, but later you can do whatever you want with any entity in your game. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I don't like need to operate that broad for my vision of the game though. And like if it takes a lot of time to implement, it's not worth it to me. If it is relatively quick, if you think it'll be a relatively quick thing, then like no big deal. But right now, all I need to do is figure out how to make a Boolean operate. And you know what? I can figure it out 1,000,000%. And once it does, I'm there. I've got everything that I need as soon as this Boolean works correctly for me, okay? And hypothetically, I already do know how to make it work correctly. Probably. I would create an entity class, inherit from it, pass it whatever reference it needs to decide if it can and should move to any tile on the map. There aren't tiles on the map. Do you just mean position? Is a nav mesh broken down into tiles? And what reference would it need to decide, right? I'm just gonna see how this works out and fix it. I'm gonna make this work. If I'm happy with it, I'll leave it. And if I'm not happy with it, I'll work on something bigger. But I do need to. I need to make this not shit. So in here, it iterates through a, okay, I actually have a solution, I think. Maybe? Maybe not. I could do something really dirty, actually. I could do something really dirty. So I can't just remove the travel nodes. That's definitely a no. But I can just pass the list every single time. I'm gonna start with that. If that works, we're cool. We'll clean that up and we'll say it's good. If that doesn't work, then I'll probably just keep crying. So in here, we need to pass the list, gray node, travel nodes. And then we'll need to pass it through here. So this runs in hiding, so that's fine. Why do you think you need travel nodes in the first place? Explain that to me like I'm 5. Because it's a way that I can conceptualize of achieving the thing that I want to achieve. And I'm not saying that, like, if you can point me in the direction of a tutorial that can very clearly explain to me how I can do it differently, in a way that isn't going to take me a very long time, then I will use that. But if I can't figure out another way to do it, that won't take me more time than I want to spend on it, that will break more easily. Because I think that once I get this right, it will just be sustainable. Um, then yeah, I'm cool with it. I'll absolutely use it. But this is just a way that I can conceptualize that probably won't break, that will be chill. I didn't realize that like it was the travel nodes themselves that you thought were bad. And I don't disagree. I'm sure there's a more optimal way of doing it, but again, I didn't go to school for programming, so I'm just working with what I can conceive of. Especially because of the way the nav mesh functions, I thought that I would need travel nodes. I got lost in what I was doing. So I think that the weight probabilities I can ignore. I can go straight to, I might even be able to go straight to select path. No, I can't. Instead, go to set path probabilities, comma input, or comma travel nodes. So it sums the path probability weights. So we'll need to put this in here and in here. Actually, yeah. This is just making it equal to 1. So I only need it in this one. If travel nodes I is occupied. Now this is spaghetti, okay? I will 100% agree with you. This is the most spaghetti thing that I've ever written. That's what I'm using. What of it? Like this details how it works. It doesn't detail how to use it effectively, right? If they're occupied, we want path probability weights I equals 0 and continue. And we might need to you can use that for collision detection or the physics engine, one or the other. I mean, sure. But like if I'm using the travel nodes, then it doesn't matter. Like it is doing that for collision detection. They're not clipping through each other. They're just vibrating against each other, right? And circling around each other. I mean, are you suggesting that like because this behavior would be weird if you're suggesting like if it collides with another prey object, then I send it to a different travel node. That feels super jank to me. So I think that this should be fine. And then we come back up here. It samples the position. We might just be okay now. We might just be okay now. Okay, nobody's clipping with each other. I think I did it. I think I did it. I think I actually did it. Yes, it's spaghetti, but it's functional spaghetti, okay? It is functional spaghetti. I might not have... Yeah, actually, never mind. I might not have compiled, apparently. Maybe I did compile. What's happening? Where are they getting removed at? Oh, I didn't remove this, actually. Pathlist.add path distances. So, actually, the way this is working, if I just continue past it when it's true, then the path list and the path distances, as long as I'm iterating based on this, actually, this might work even better than I thought that it would. Although now it's not going to work because I've screwed it up. Okay, hold on. Although, yeah. Okay. We're trying this. We're trying it like it is. I don't know if it's... maybe it compiled when I wasn't looking? I don't think it's working right. Because, like, that starting movement is the same as what I had before. It's just, it's getting that way because I am removing it. Okay. Okay. Let's see if it starts, bitching at me. Nobody's really moving. I don't really know why nobody's moving. They're not even detecting me. Am I resetting the occupied status? I thought I was. It's returning a prey node. When it tries to move again, it's setting that node to false. I feel like I hate to say this, but I feel like removing and then adding is like the way to go, but oh, if I remove an add though, that's the issue. If I remove an add, then it's out of sequence with where it was at before, I bet. All right, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this. Humana, okay? I will get this. I will get this. There's one other condition in here that I thought I added. Maybe I'm just going crazy. I might just be going crazy. Although I need to... I'm going to remove it because it's occupied. When I initialize them, I am so lost in the sauce right now. I initialize them, it's false, so that's okay. Got more coffee, let the hilarity ensue. Jesus Christ. What time is it for you? Are you getting evening coffee or are you an Australian? I am using one list for each, okay? And I'm removing and adding. That's what I'm doing. You can't make me do anything else, okay? 5 p.m. and you're getting another coffee? How do you sleep? Do you sleep? Pray node, occupied pray node. That shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. And then at the end, okay, I know you hate this. I know you hate this. But we're doing it anyway. We're moving from right here, okay? Why? Because I said so. That's why we're doing this. Tonight I'll have nightmares about bunnies. Good. Good. That's all I have to say. Good. Why does this not work? Cannot apply indexing. This is the node, right? This is the individual node that we want to remove. Okay, I don't know why that wasn't working. Oh, he wishes I dreamed about him, okay? Now I'm getting indexing issues, but they're not going to the same node as each other. Okay. It looks like the nodes are running out, though. So if I can't remove this before I return it, otherwise it's just going to return null, obviously. Obviously. We don't even want to check for this. I know I've already done this exact code before, okay? I know I've already done this exact code before, but I really have faith that this is the way to manage the data, okay? Why do I deserve it? Why do I deserve it? Explain to me why I deserve it. You're checking for null in 20,000 okay, you know why I'm checking for null in 20,000 places? It's because I'm writing the code right now, okay? It's because I'm bug testing. It's because I'm making sure things work. Okay? Okay. 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 You know what I feel like right now? This is me.
Okay.
That's me. Anyway. I lost where I was at. Why are we removing from travel nodes here? Get distance to nodes. We're removing if you can't. That's fine. That's mostly fine. You better hair, but yeah. Oh, you have better hair. Thanks. Thank you. I think that's the first positive thing you've ever said about me. Oh my god. Somebody clip it. We Okay. I need to work on something else. Cuz this is not my brain. My brain is destroyed on this right now. We're removing from this is fine. This might be an issue. If we comment this out, does it work? Okay, so we did just run out again. Does this return anything? Because, like, it feels like they're just not getting added back in. If occupied prey node is not equal to null. It's not like I'm ever overwriting this except for here. Although, like, let's do a hypothetical. I have nothing to say about your personality, but your code is fair game. Okay. Are you saying that my hair is the only part of my personality that matters? Are you objectifying a woman? How dare you? How fucking dare you? So, let's say that it returns null, okay? And then I try to remove null and then I try to add null. That should be okay. Of course, it's not going to add. Okay, so that shouldn't be the issue. Okay? This feels like the easiest of problems. I feel like I was closer when I used booleans. No, I mean you could cut it all off and you still couldn't code a tic-tac-toe game. I'm okay. Sorry. I was mentally singed from that roast. Okay. Oh, I will survive. I will I will conquer. You know, if I If I make this work, I'm not just overcoming myself, okay? I'm overcoming your lack of belief in me. Remember that. Remember what you have contributed to this process. Nah. Remember. Spite is a great motivator. Let's try debugging. Debug. Log. Occupied prey node. Oh, I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured it out. Oh my god. 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 See, the issue that I had is because oh my god. Oh my god. I'm instantiating a new class. I don't instantiate a new class every time I have a new Hati movement state, and therefore I never ever thought of this. But I am instantiating a new class when I have prey state, right? So the occupied prey node, that isn't persistent. It isn't persistent because the class gets overwritten. Okay, so it's because it's a new class. So this occupied prey node, it just needs to be stored in the prey state manager, and we're cash money. We're cash money bazungas. Okay, we are bouncing off the walls. Okay, with our big fat stacks of cash. That's how fucking good we are. Okay, okay. Holy shit. Public prey node occupied prey node. Okay? Oh my fuck. sm.occupied prey node. sm.occupied prey node. sm.occupied prey node. I am gonna riot. I'm not saying that this is going to work, okay? But I am saying it's gonna get me closer. Okay. Two of them went to the same node, but that might... Okay. They're going to the same nodes. Some of the time. It feels like... Alright, why would they be going to the same nodes? Are they operating on independent lists? They shouldn't be, right? They should share the same list. We're going to iterate through the prey node list and print the output. Debug.log. Just capitalize for me, okay? Prey node list. I don't know why system.diagnostics is in there. This is interesting. I didn't even change anything meaningful. My guess is that it's not compiling correctly. Although maybe it's because I changed this. All right, did I leave some? I might have left some nonsense in here from before. Like the fact that this is happening is weird. I think I'm going to. Oh my god, I have to add something to my fucking list of to-dos. We want to add installing Maya to our list of to-dos. For now, what I want to do is work on Hati because this is not going anywhere. My mind is broken on this, okay? Absolutely brain broken, I admit. So we're going to switch to adding a new state to Hati because I think I'll have a lot more success with that. Although I have to remember, if you thought that my pray code was bad, nah, oof, just you wait, just you wait. Taking a break and coming back later solves a lot of issues in development, yeah. My guess is this is where I want to go to. State info, maybe? I think so. All right, so we're going to add a new state. Create C# script Hati sneak state. Insert Golem reference here. All right, we're going to get rid of mono behavior. Who fucking cares about that bullshit? I'm gonna copy from walk. I'm gonna copy from walk or from its parent. Hati sneak state. We only need one int for sneak. What's wrong with that code? That actually looks pretty clean. You think so? I'm so glad. That's cute. Are you? No, I don't believe you. I don't believe that you're complimenting me. There's no shot. I know that it's like a little bit underhanded anyway with the shock, but like I feel like the hammer's gonna drop, okay? I feel like you're gonna say something awful about my code. Um, you're serious. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I mean, I guess this might also be another part where because I don't have a lot of development experience, I can get there. It just kind of takes time to build it out for me, you know? I think it starts in state info. I don't know where that ran off to, though. Oh, maybe I was already there. So we'll say, where's the enum? Enum's right here. Am I crazy? Hati states. Okay, okay, okay. Hati states dot sneak, comma, type of. You seem to have done pretty well here. Where in the dickens did you go wrong with the other? I just explained it to you, okay? I just explained it to you. If you don't accept that, that is a nah problem. Does your name come from Nar? Did we talk about your name? I know we talked about how to pronounce your name. Where does it come from? I don't know if that's enough to get it created. I feel like there might be something else I need to do. Keep in mind, like, the movement that Hati does is incredibly complicated. Like, if you go to the wall state, okay, there's some code in here that I had to activate God mode, okay? All of this is God mode coding, okay? Well, not the clamp camera. Besides the clamp camera, all of this is God mode coding, okay? From here to here. Na was already taken. Okay. So your name is basically just saying no. We need to inherit from iHati state, I think. Oh, because it doesn't implement it. I was like, why is this red? About that God code thing, though? You don't think that was God code? What is this? What is this? Oh, yeah, I don't need that. I don't think any of these. I probably want the exact same ones. How long ago did you write this stuff? Um, year and a half? I mean, I guess I could look at the commit. Oh, let me move it over. You can't. You won't let me move it? All right, we're canceling. We can look on GitHub. Hopefully this doesn't reveal my email address. Hopefully I can remember my password. I might not be able to actually. Nope, too bad. Well, I guess we'll never find out. But yeah, it was about a year and a half ago. Why? You don't understand. This took me so long to build, okay? I didn't build this in 4 days. I built this in half a year for Hati, okay? If you gave me half a year, I would probably build an equally good movement system for Prey. But I don't have half a year, okay? I want this game to get serious progression behind it. And that means that some things might be coded a little sloppy, and that's okay. It doesn't enter the substates? That's so weird. Is it really not? Oh, did I remove the substates? I removed the substates. Okay. They don't exist anymore. Half a year from now, you'll still be debugging global lists. That's fucking hilarious. You're so funny. Oh my god. They're not even global. They're not even global. Right? Because hold on, I'll find that. It's cuz I never know the best way to move these things. But we're just going to grab this. And throw them in here because they needed to be in here at some point anyway. So these are put in the inspector, okay? These, wait a second. What? I'm just realizing, ultimately, these are the lists. These are the lists that are referenced, right? Why can I alter these lists from a different file if they're private? Ignore this. Why is that even possible? That doesn't seem possible. But they're private. But I can read them, and therefore I can write them to a different list, and therefore I can alter them. There are no private lists. Effect. If a variable is referenced, then it basically just isn't private. Is that true? Is that a real thing? Am I crazy right now? That seems insane. Anyway, I'm gonna steal all of the logic for this state from Walktrot because I want to. It basically just is walking, but with a different animation. Okay, so now it should have the animation attached. Now this animation is kind of a problem. It's not just kind of a problem, it's a big problem. Because I don't have an animation for it yet, but you know, who cares? I want to make a really funny animation for it where literally all I do is I just drag the body down on the Y by like just that it's very, very close to the ground, but then I leave the rest of the animation completely the same. Why is this being checked? I assume it's a condition for one of the state switches. Probably run is what it's checking for. Okay, now in this state, I don't know how I want to communicate these things, but there should be a way that other objects in the scene can detect what state Hati is in. They should be able to read, and I think that this is already the case that you can read but not write to the current state value. Although there are so many fucking fields in here that like oh, it's handled in state info. The current state is handled in state info. Is that surprising to you guys? That shocks me. All right, my brain is fried. So I'm gonna look up other ways that I could go about with this pathfinding, okay? AI navigation. That I'm giving up or something else? Unity. AI, yeah, we'll start with this. We'll see what happens. Because it's probably just going to say all nav mesh basics. Basic Unity AI, maybe? This is not what I want. I'm guessing this is the polar opposite of what I want.
Nav mesh modifiers, nav mesh modifier volumes. How do you use these things? How do they work? If you're asking yourself those questions, this is the right video for you. Hey, Chris here from
Oh
Lom
boy.
Academy, here to help you. Yes,
I
you.
remember this guy. Do you guys remember this guy? I
Part 25
remember
of
this
AI Series, we're
guy.
going to take an in-depth look at nav mesh modifiers and nav mesh modifier volumes to understand how they work, how
2 days
they interact
ago.
with each other, and how do we set up a nav mesh using these to make it where we can have something like a river that runs through a level. That's a bridge over it to make
This
our
is
nav
not
mesh agents work over the bridge, but sometimes walk
the
through
video
water.
that I want. Yeah, I did. That's not you, is it? I sense some antipathy in that. Do you like this guy or is this guy you? Are you that guy? Are you secretly Lam Academy? No, you wish he sounds smart. Oh, I got you. I bet he wouldn't have forgotten punctuation in that sentence. I'm sorry. I've been getting roasted by Nah. I'm sorry. I'm taking it out on other people. It's bad. It's bad. It's not good, okay? It's not good. Flying nav mesh agents. This might have information for me.
Here to help you. Yes, you. Make your game dev dreams become a reality. Today's part 10 of the AI series where we're implementing a flying enemy. This was a question on Reddit from RealFishWind. In this video, we're going to quickly model a jet in ProBuilder inside of Unity, color it with vertex colors, do a default hovering animation, make it be a ranged enemy that attacks the player, obviously add a window navigation, click plus on the enemy type to create a new one, and we'll name it Flying Enemy. And the way that we are actually going to implement Flying Enemies is a little bit different than you might expect. We're going to start with how I expected it to work at least, and then we'll go into how should you actually click. So starting with what I thought we would do, I thought that we'd set the radius much like we do with all the other enemies and put the radius to be, as bad as the enemy is, and the height to be approximately the height of the enemy. And then I thought I would just give a really high step height so that way we'd be able to step taller than these obstacles. So I want to make it where it would step over the 1 and 2 meter tall boxes, but not all the way up to the very top, like the second floor kind of thing. So I thought I'd give it a step height of like 2 and give it a huge max slope so that way we'd be able to climb up basically everything. It's not quite right. I'll select the world geometry, add a new nav mesh surface there for our flying enemy. And we see we get some warnings that step height is too tall, and it'll actually clamp us to 0.3, and our max slope is also too high, and it's going to clamp it down for us. So whenever I bake this, it doesn't do it right because they're clamping our values for us. I'm going to set the height to 2.75 and the radius to 0.25. That's the numbers I've settled on, so it can fly under the second floor. And if I bake, we see that it actually is going to path the same way as a normal enemy. That's because we attached the nav mesh modifier to these cubes, and we made it so it's not walkable. So if I search for nav mesh modifier, and I select all of them, what I'm going to do is change all of them to have the affected agents be everybody but the flying enemy. So remember, that's going to make it where only the player, enemy 1, and tall enemy will think it's not walkable, and the flying enemy, after I rebake, you can see you can walk over them. And with the step height, it looks like it's okay. But there's kind of some weirdness here, right, where it looks like the agent's going to go up at a weird angle. On the nav mesh surface, I'm going to override the voxel size, so I have something like 4 voxels per agent radius, and that's 0.0625. And that kind of tightens up the nav mesh a little bit. Changing the voxel size makes it Unity more accurately use the input geometry for the nav mesh baking. The higher voxels per agent radius you put, the more accurate the nav mesh is, but also the longer it takes to bake. Generally, you don't have to manage this at all. It's usually pretty good by default. And Unity also recommends not going over 8 voxels per agent radius because they say that doesn't add much any benefit. And over here, I see, well, I need to probably still include the nav mesh modifier as not walkable for the flying enemy as well. So on the arches, I'll change it back to affected all agents all and rebake the mesh, and that looks better. If we come over to this kind of corridor, let's make the level a little bit more interesting by shrinking this to 2 meters tall. That way our flying enemy can get on top of these. I'll re-enable all the nav mesh surfaces, and then we'll start setting up our enemy. I'll attach the nav mesh agent, the enemy script, and create the attack radius. The attack radius will just be a sphere collider as a child again. I'll rename it to be attack radius, add the arranged attack radius script to that, drag the nav mesh agent over, and I'm going to adjust the radius here just to see how far it makes sense for him. I think 7 is probably too big, maybe 4 is nicer. On the enemy, I'll drag the attack radius script, I'll drag the animator, attach the enemy movement, set up the agent link mover to actually just move at normal speed. I think that makes more sense for the flying enemy type. Again, attach the animator there, hook up the movement and the agent to the enemy script, and then I'll drag the flying enemy down to the project panel to make it a prefab. Now create the enemy configuration for flying enemy. Drag the flying enemy prefab we just created to the prefab, set the health to maybe 50, the acceleration to 12, which should be a little bit faster acceleration. Here we'll change the base offset to 2 because we want the model to be flying higher. The height again is 2.75, that's what we set up in the navigation panel. I'm going to set the obstacle avoidance to no obstacle avoidance because we don't want the flying enemy to try to have to path around other enemies. We want it to fly over them. So that's why I'm putting no obstacle avoidance there. The radius again 0.25 to match what we put in the baking. The speed I'm going to set to 2 actually. I think since it's going to be flying over everything, it should maybe move a little bit slower. And stopping distance I'll put at 1. Then we'll make the attack configuration. In the attack configuration, we'll mark it as is ranged as true, set the damage to be something small. I'll use 2, and the attack radius again as 4. Attack delay 0.1, so we shoot a whole bunch. Drag the homing bullet prefab to the bullet prefab. The bullet spawn offset, I actually put 2 here to align it with the model, but it really should be like negative 0.1 or something, so it spawns just below the model. And we also need to set the line of sight layers to be default
Honestly,
in player.
I'm halfway zoning out thinking about my own issues. Like,
So that way the bullets will hit correctly.
Let me
The
go
last thing
back.
on the attack radius will just be a sphere collider as a child again. I'll rename it to be attack radius, add the arranged attack radius script to that, drag the nav mesh agent over. On the nav mesh surface, I'm going to override the voxel size, so I have something like 4 voxels per agent radius, and that's 0.0. It recommends not going over fire to 2 meters tall, that way our flying enemy can get on top of these. I'll re-enable all the nav mesh surfaces, and then we'll start setting up our enemy. I'll attach the nav mesh agent, the enemy script, and create the attack radius. The attack radius will just be a sphere collider as a child again.
like, the enemy script is something he's already made.
I'll rename it to be attack radius, add the arranged attack radius script to that, drag the nav mesh agent over, and I'm going to adjust the radius here just to see how far it makes sense for him. I think 7 is probably too big, maybe 4 is nicer. On the enemy, I'll drag the attack radius script, I'll drag the animator, attach the enemy movement, set up the agent link mover to actually just move at normal speed. I think that
I
makes
mean,
more sense
the
for
enemy movement, I'm sure that's his own custom script too, you know?
flying enemy type. Again, attach the animator there, hook up the movement.
I
and the
bet
agent to
that
the enemy
all
script,
this does is just like follow the player character around and try to kill him, right?
and I'll drag that flying enemy down to the project panel to make it a prefab. Now create the enemy configuration for flying enemy. drag the flying enemy prefab we just created to the prefab, set the health to maybe 50, the acceleration to 12, which should be a little bit faster acceleration. Here we'll change the base offset to 2 because we want the model to be flying higher. The height again is 2.75, that's what we set in the navigation panel. I'm going to set the obstacle avoidance to no obstacle avoidance because we don't want the flying enemy to try to have to path around other enemies. We want it to fly over them. So that's why we're putting no obstacle avoidance there. The radius again 0.25 to match what we put in the baking. The speed I'm going to set to 2 actually. I think since it's going to be flying over everything, it should maybe move a little bit slower. And stopping distance I'll put at 1. Then I'll make the attack configuration. In the attack configuration we'll mark it as is ranged is true. Set the damage to be something small. I'll use 2 and the attack radius again as 4. Attack delay 0.1 so we choose a whole bunch. Drag the homing bullet prefab to the bullet prefab. The bullet spawn offset I actually put 2 here to align it with the model, but it really should be like negative 0.1 or something so it spawns just below the model. And we also need to set the line of sight layers to be default and player so that way the bullets will hit correctly. The last thing on the configuration side is we need to drag the attack configuration to the enemy scriptable object attack configuration so the enemy knows how to attack. One more important thing, we need to make sure we disable the navmesh agent on the prefab so that way it doesn't spawn with the navmesh agent enabled trying to place itself on a navmesh and giving you warnings. Now we have a model, but this model is not animated, so I'm going to create a flying enemy animation controller. Select my model and create a new animation called hover. I'm just going to make this enemy kind of hover up and down wherever it is since planes don't stand perfectly still. I'll make it go negative 0.25 to 0 to plus 0.33, something like that. The other important thing is we need to make sure this has all the same parameters as the other enemies do. So that's attack, jump, landed, and is walking as the Boolean. If we don't have these on the animation controller, then whenever we're trying to set these triggers or bools, we'll get a bunch of warnings or errors logged in the console about this animation controller doesn't have whatever parameter we're trying to set.
I feel like I've zoned out enough. I can go back to the big pain, okay? And if this doesn't work out pretty quickly, if I don't feel confident, if I don't feel happy working on this pretty quickly, I'm probably just gonna play some RuneScape. I'm gonna kill some Hunlif, okay? But like only if I feel bad about this. I mean, like, to be fair, I think that's what most people do. I think that I'm going to focus hardcore on removing the node from the list work and be really simple, okay? I'm going to try to dumb it down. I'm going to try to dumb it down like crazy. Because it should be simple. I guess the big thing to keep in mind is that hiding nodes aren't going to be affected. I have to remember that hiding nodes also need to be able to work. So we have a list of travel nodes, okay? We put this list of travel nodes into get distances to nodes. Right now, we iterate through the travel nodes list. You've put in a good day today, a break and a clear head, and you'll have it working before you know it. I'll have it working in 5 minutes, guaranteed, okay? Look at Nah being positive. I think he feels guilty. So we remove... I don't think that we want to remove it from the list just because one agent can't find it. I think that's a bad idea. But we do not want to include it for the rest of this iteration. So I guess like there really are 2 ways to do it. They have their advantages and their disadvantages, okay? I can dupe a list, okay? As I did before. And I can iterate on booleans. Bool, okay? Bool root. Okay. The other way that it can do it is by adding and removing from the global list, which Nah hates, okay? Global. Not that I even understand how that works in the first place, because it's a private list ultimately, but who cares? I should probably have some kind of refresh list function, right? Where like, I know you can't hear that, but there's a dog going crazy outside, okay? That dog was mad. Holy shit. Removing from a global list. Now, there should be some kind of master list, okay, that gets reset every single time. And it should probably always go back to that. And then it should read through that and see if it's occupied. And then there's this temporary list that it removes from as it goes through determining the movement. I feel like that makes sense. But if I do that, let me break down what I'm actually doing. Because this is important. I'm taking a step back from the way it's being done, and I'm going into what's actually happening. You think so? No, I mean, like, that's just how references work. Here, I'll look it up. C# references access private list other class, okay? I don't think that this is what I want. Hold on, you're distracting me again. You're distracting me. You're leading me astray. You might think you're trying to help, but you're just leading me astray. I need to understand how this works, okay? Right now, I see if the transform is valid. I calculate the path to the transform. We're going to pseudocode it. See if path is valid. Calculate path to transform. See if transform path to transform is valid. The next thing that I do deciding path is like big picture, okay? I think the structure is fine. Decide on path. Underneath this, we are weighting each path, calculating probability of each path, randomly choosing result. And then we just set the result. Calculate, recalculate, and set result. I should already have this kind of. I mean, I do already have it, but I'm like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, I don't already have it, but it's fine. Okay. This needs the transform. Hold on. Watch it randomly work. Guaranteed. It randomly works first try right now. I can't even move. I think Unity is bugged right now, actually. It might be because I created a new state, though. I bet it has to do with creating a new state on Hati. Yeah, so I might comment out all of the lines that I added. Although it would be easier to just finish it, you know? This is where I calculate these animations. What about the rest of the animations? Oh, they get created during the initialization, I think. You know, I think we're playing RuneScape. I think we're playing RuneScape. I'm gonna stop the stream for 2 seconds, and then I'm gonna set it up for RuneScape, okay? Does that sound good to you guys? Oh my god, I have 7 viewers out of nowhere? This is so embarrassing. Your stream boss, you do you. Protest? Shit! Only because I have 7 viewers for some reason. Why? Why did you come now? I'm not even doing anything interesting right now. Damn. I guess I'll keep suffering. It's okay. I don't mind. For you guys, okay? Only for you guys. Only for you 3 who showed up out of nowhere. So I recently created a new state for Hati, and I have to figure out what line or lines of code. I had 42? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I had 4. I had 4 earlier. Get out of here. Okay, we're going to go to the state manager to figure this out because we're just going to go down and we're going to check every single one of these info classes. It's probably an animation info. I do. I need to add. There might be an easier way to do this, actually. If I go to state info, I've connected a Hati state with a type. Okay, that makes sense. And then if I go to animation info, it's going to be in here. I mean, I didn't get any notifications that I was rated. Unless my notifications are just broken. The last, yeah, even on the Twitch website, it says the last thing that happened was I got followed yesterday. How many followers do I have? I still only have 26 followers. You can see it on your screen where? My chat's just lying to me. Always lying. Always trying to trick me. Okay, I need to get... I don't know what needs to be in order anymore. It's been too long since I worked on this. But we're going to say... I probably want it to be in the 29th slot if I had to guess. It's going to be sneak. The animation string is going to be 1. And for now, it's just going to be Hati walk. And I think that should be everything that I need. The G and N stands for gaslighting Natalie. I don't know about the A's. He picked 42. Okay, that's the nerd number. What is the specific? Hati jump state not found. It's in the initializer, okay? I think it's at state activator create instance state info.hati state types hati state enum. So it is a state info issue. If I had to guess, this is probably, the jump state is probably the last one in the info class. That's my guess. I was close. It's not quite. Because I know what I just did, I'm going to add this here. And we're going to try this again. Hi, Fabrics. How's it going? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you so much. Oh, I should probably recompile. Gotta love Linux. Same thing. Interesting. Did I save all of my... I did save all of my things. It takes in the animation info and the state info. So the animation info or the state info is the issue. Guaranteed. What does it do with it? Maybe I should actually read the code that I'm reading. It's creating an instance of the state. Which is not surprising. What is surprising? So we're reading it from state info. So let's go to state info again. It's in here. So it should be 29. Which one is jump? Because jump is the one that it's getting lost on. 4. I'm willing to bet this is 4. Okay. And if I go, yeah, this is very, very perplexing. I just hope it's not something to do with the animation info node. And it shouldn't be. Constructor on type Hati jump state not found. Like, that's such a weird way to phrase it. What if I add this in at the bottom? I have no idea if like the order of the keys in the dictionary matters right now. I guess it doesn't. And if I just completely remove it. All right, we're back down to, oh, given key sneak was not present in the dictionary. Same thing. Okay. Guess who's done? We're done. We're at 4 views again. I will stop the stream for 2 seconds. I'm gonna get some water and then we'll watch some. We'll play some RuneScape. Okay. Okay.